Stations, we are coming up on 2 minutes until airtime. 2 minutes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 2 minutes until airtime on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Studio producers, when you hear, please start your archive recording. Your next time cue will come with 1 minute until airtime. Stations, we are coming up on 1 minute until airtime. One minute in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 1 minute, stations. 1 minute until airtime. Your next time cue will be with 30 seconds until airtime. Studios, when you hear, please start your archive recording. Stations, you're coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. On my mark, 30 seconds until airtime. And there it is, so please start your archive recording. Stations, please be advised that you must disable your streaming to websites and apps during this Learfield IMG College broadcast. Mark, 30 seconds. Your next and final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Coming up on 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds, stations. Have fun.
The following is a presentation of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. This is Bulldogs basketball.
Edwards going to force up a long day three. Oh, my goodness. Two-handed slam. Yes, sir.
If you don't come out with a high level of urgency, you're going to be in real trouble.
Deep straightaway three. Oh, Anthony Edwards. Oh, my goodness. Kamani Kamara on the alley-oop and a two-handed finish. Wow. That's circus time. That's ridiculous.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, this is Georgia Basketball. Brought to you by Grindhouse Killer Burgers. Live fast, eat well with Grindhouse Killer Burgers. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. This is the Grindhouse Killer Burgers Bulldog Courtside Show. Now, to Courtside along with Chuck Dowdle, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Hi again, everyone. Welcome to another afternoon of Georgia Bulldogs basketball. Today we leave the comforts of home to play the 9th-ranked Memphis Tigers on their home floor because that's just the kind of team we are. The Dogs will spend the afternoon at the Forum here in Memphis, Tennessee. Georgia has won 3 straight to improve to 9-3 of the year. Tom Crean's talented freshmen continue to mesh with the veterans who are already in the program, and the result so far is the 12th highest scoring team in the nation. Meanwhile, Memphis brought in the #1 recruiting class in the country, and despite losing the central figure in that group in James Wiseman, Penny Hardaway's bunch is paying dividends in victories. 10 wins in a row, in fact, to sit at 12-1 and #9 in the nation. Georgia and Memphis on the national stage today, and you've got a courtside seat right here as our pregame show is brought to you by Grindhouse Killer Burgers. Live fast, eat well with Grindhouse Killer Burgers. Now, if we can get Chuck and Tony out of the Rum Boogie Cafe, they'll join me next here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Did you know Georgia is one of the leading producers of pecans in the entire world? That's how hard Georgia farmers work to help cultivate the state's economy. And that's why Georgia Farm Bureau cultivates farmers with agricultural research and assistance programs and access to benefits that save families money, like home and auto insurance. You can join online for just a few bucks a year. So, get cracking.
You've been ignoring that knee pain during your morning run. You have a lot of questions about that concussion from the soccer game. That shoulder pain you've been feeling playing tennis is now chronic. At Northside Sports Medicine, we know you don't have to be a pro to be an athlete, which is why we give you access to treatment, technology, and an elite team of sports medicine doctors dedicated to providing you with a lifetime of mobility. Call 1-855-NH-SPORT today so you can get back in the game. Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute, your source of strength.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
We all like to shop local, whether it's your neighborhood barber, your favorite coffee shop, or your local farmer's market. That's why I'm proud to be a member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for 85 years with one simple goal, banking on purpose. Whether they are saving you money or supporting the people, places, and teams we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. Get started today with a low-rate credit card from Georgia's Own or visit their website at georgiasown.org to learn more. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Georgia's Own is federally insured by the NCUA.
At Booking.com, our search filters make it easy to book the perfect place to stay to check off any New Year's resolution. Want to be more active this year? Book a resort with a fitness center at Booking.com. Check. Want to shorten your commute? Book a ski lodge right by the lifts at Booking.com. Check. Or do you want to worry less in 2020? Then book a vacation home with a relaxing hot tub. Check. At Booking.com, there's a booking for every resolution. Download the app and book now.
Hey, welcome back to the Forum here in Memphis. Courtside, our Courtside show is brought to you by Grindhouse Killer Burgers. Live fast, eat well with Grindhouse Killer Burgers. Well, we found Chuck and Tony. They are here. I'm Scott Howard. We are ready for Georgia and Memphis. These two teams haven't played in about 25 years or so, Chuck. We've never been here, so and when we come here today, certainly a national stage for this ball game.
It is indeed national television. That's a big opportunity for the Georgia basketball program. They'll have another one Tuesday night against Kentucky on the ESPN platform at 9 o'clock tip. But this is what you play for, in college basketball, an opportunity to play a top 10 ranked team, a team, as you pointed out, that brought in the number one ranked class of recruits last year. Penny Hardaway did. Georgia brought in a top 10 ranked class. This is going to be a terrific ball game today. I'm a little disappointed that we were unable to get into the arena until about 45 minutes ago because of a wrestling event they had last night, and then getting the floor down for the game today. So the first time our guys have had a chance to even shoot around in this arena was just about 45 minutes ago. Hopefully that won't have an effect.
And they've been trying to get as much time in shooting as they can, as they continue to do so right now. We'll continue with our Courtside show with Cabell Philpott next. He's in the Piedmont Healthcare Network studios as we roll along. Georgia and Memphis coming up today here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, Georgia fans. I'm Scott Howard here for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You've got to make more happen, whether they're in Athens, Georgia, or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More. Made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Georgia Athletics.
Isn't it yummy when you find a great deal that helps stretch your budget? Yeah, we think so too. That's why at Kroger, we've got more ways to save on all the fresh foods you truly crave. With great sales every day, fuel points to save at the pump, and digital coupons you can download to your Plus card, the savings at Kroger really add up. More ways to save. It's easy at Kroger.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, sponsored by Progressive's Home Insurance. Get your quote at progressive.com today.
Libman makes a difference. The Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team. The Libman Mop Crew makes sure the hardwood is clean and safe for players every game at Stegman Coliseum. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Our mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family-made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see our whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com.
Progressive presents Get Pumped. Inspiration to help you do insurance stuff.
Okay, time out. You're gonna let your budget be the boss of you? Take control with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Tell us what you want to pay for car insurance, and we'll help you find options that fit your budget. Here's some music to get you pumped. Da-dong, 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 dang, dang. I hear your budget laughing at you. Oh, wait, that's just those kids laughing at me. Ignore them! Da-dong, da-dong,
Progressive
da-dong.
Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Welcome back to the Grindhouse Killer Burgers Bulldog Courtside Show. Now scores and highlights from around college basketball. Let's go inside the Piedmont Healthcare Network studios. Here's Cabell Philpott.
Welcome in, everyone. We're 15 minutes to tip off, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Well, they've already tipped it off on Rocky Top. LSU battling Tennessee. The Vols out to a 37-34 lead on the Bayou Bengals. 48 seconds remaining in the first half of that ball game. A little bit later on tonight, 17th ranked Kentucky this afternoon at 2 o'clock, taking on Missouri at Rupp Arena. Number 24, Wichita State, hosting Ole Miss out of conference at 4 in Wichita. 8th ranked Auburn on the road at the Hump at 4:30. Alabama matches up with Florida at 6. Arkansas hosts Texas A&M at 7. Vanderbilt out of conference against SMU at 9 o'clock. We'll keep you up to date on all the action on the hardwood this afternoon in the SEC as 9th-ranked Memphis set to battle against your Georgia Bulldogs just past the top of the hour. When we return, we'll check in with the head coach of the Bulldogs, Coach Crean, comes with us next, right after these messages on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Make your first play of the season a smart one. Get a fast and easy sports physical right around the corner from Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. With 27 locations offering extended hours and most open 7 days a week, you can book online to get in, get out, and get on your way to a championship year. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to schedule a sports physical today. Patient care services provided by Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. One stop to better.
You know, Georgia peaches don't just come from Georgia. They come from farms in Georgia, worked by farmers, working hard to cultivate the crops that drive the state's economy. That's why Georgia Farm Bureau cultivates farmers, with support through advocacy and benefits that save families money, like home and auto insurance. Join online for just a
second. News and special content on all things Georgia Bulldogs. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In search of a battery that won't let you down, even in the lowest temperatures? We've got you covered at America's #1 battery destination. At AutoZone, we have the proven tough Duralast batteries you need to drive with peace of mind this winter. They're tested in extreme conditions, which means you can count on them to deliver when you need them most. Stop in today or visit AutoZone.com, and we'll help you find the start you're looking for. Based on data from the MPD Group Incorporated, car care track 12 months ending December 2018.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey, Bulldog fans, it's time to visit Swifty Car Wash. Everyone feels better in a clean car, and we have a special offer for you. Join any Swift Pass Unlimited Wash Club for just $4.99 the first month. Unlimited washes, VIP lanes, earn a free month for every referral. Score on every drive at Swifty Car Wash. See store for details. Find all locations at SwiftyCarWash.com. Swifty Car Wash, the official car wash of UGA Athletics.
You're listening to Georgia Basketball. Now time for your all-access trip inside the Dogs' locker room and a visit with the head coach, Tom Crean. With Coach Crean, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Hey, welcome back to Memphis, the FedEx Forum. Georgia and Memphis are coming up. Coach Tom Crean is here. This segment is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Bulldogs. That's problem solving. Visit UPS.com to learn more. Official logistics partner of Georgia Athletics. Coach, talk a little bit, if you would, about how you feel like your team is playing at the end of the calendar year. You open up the new year and against a very good opponent today.
Well, I still think we're inconsistent in a lot of ways. I think in the sense of how hard we have to play for how long we have to play. And the other night we got up and then we took our foot off the gas and didn't move as well, allowed them back in the game, and then we really turned it on in the second half. And I think that the inconsistency part is this. Like, we got to learn you can't turn it on against the best teams. You got to keep it on. You know, it's got to be on at the beginning. It's got to stay on. That's what we've got to continue to learn. But that's part of the youth part of this, and that's part of guys that we have to become more cohesive all the time. And cohesiveness is communication. It's the hustle game on both ends. We got to become more physical all the time, and that's all part of the growth of a very, very young team. But we're making strides. There's no doubt about that.
Both teams are young today, but both are very talented. How do you see this one sorting out?
Well, they're really talented in the sense that they just play with relentless pressure, full court pressure. They're going to try to jump us from the very beginning and be all over our ball handling and try to force turnovers. They're averaging forcing 19 turnovers a game the last 5 games. Now, they're committing 20 turnovers the last 5 games, so we've got to get them turned over as well. But this game's going to come down to the physicality on the glass because they have it and we've got to have it. It's going to come down to how well we understand the scouting report defensively and what kind of shots we want to push guys into. And it's going to come down to our transition defense because they're scoring 30% of their points in transition, which is a ton. So we've got to do an excellent job there.
Have you seen us, or do you feel like we're growing defensively as a team, as a unit?
Oh, absolutely. The numbers bear it out, and certainly we are. But and we're trying to simplify things all the time. I do think there's definitely a place for our zone. We've got to continue to get better guarding the ball, which is where the switching comes in for us. A lot of times it makes us better there. We've got to have continual group of guys that can guard the post. And we spend a lot of time right now trying to make sure even our smaller guys can get in there in front of the post. And that's what we've got to do. I mean, it's very, very hard to guard the dribble right now in college basketball. And so we've got to do everything we can do to do a better job of that. But it all starts with transition and it all ends with defensive rebounding.
Memphis has some interior size. How do you go up against that today?
Well, we can't go in there and think that we're going to go score on that. We've got to move those guys, right? We've got to get drop-offs. They're one of the leading shot blocking teams in the country, and we don't want to play into that. We want to draw them. As I say to these guys a lot, draw a crowd and kick it. Don't drive into a crowd and try to make a play. And when you drive into the rim area right now, with the exception of a couple of our guys, that's playing right into their hands. And so we've got to make sure that we're getting into the paint, making the next pass, getting the drop-offs, playing smart basketball, not playing hero basketball.
Tom, should be some fun today. It's an exciting time. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Scott.
That's Coach Tom Crean. Georgia and Memphis are coming up. We'll give you the starting lineups next here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
We're getting you in the zone.
Brought to you by AutoZone.
Stolen by Edwards. Shoot time. Edwards hit it. Beautiful dig from Ray Shaw.
Need to get the job done fast? AutoZone can help. Visit AutoZone.com and start the job with free next-day delivery or free same-day store pickup.
Get in the zone.
AutoZone.
Alley-oop lob and a one-handed coast-to-coast two-handed slam down the lane. Wow.
This is Bulldogs basketball.
Did you know that 1 in 8 Americans struggle with hunger? Yet more than 40% of the food we produce is thrown out. At Kroger, we know we can do something about this. We're donating more food to local food banks through our partnership with Feeding America. And we're working with World Wildlife Fund to end food waste. But we can't do it alone. And we hope you'll join us in creating a world with zero hunger and zero waste. Visit thekrogerco.com to learn how you can help.
Off-season for Georgia fans? Yeah, right. We show our team spirit year-round. Now with the Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions, you can go dogs wherever you go. And with Regions Next Step tips and tools, you and your Visa check card can go further. Regions is the official bank of the SEC, and we know greatness is in the grind. To learn more, visit regions.com/go dogs. Regions, member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees may apply.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The following BMW ad is a few years old. A little sibling rivalry is to be expected in the BMW 3 Series. We're running it again because these 3 Series models are now BMW certified. They may have their differences, but they have much more in common than you think. They sure do. Like a sporty chassis. Still has that. A 0 to 60 that's as quick as 4.6 seconds. Yeah, what I said. BMW certified. Like new, again.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs!
Lowe's has the supplies pros like you use most every day and the quantities needed for any size job. And it's savings you can count on, like 20% off PVC pipe when you buy 10 or more. Plus, shop our bath savings event and save up to 40% off select bath essentials, including vanities, faucets, toilets, and more. Save time by ordering at lowesforpros.com and picking up in store at the Pro Desk. Whatever you need for this job and every job after, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Offers valid through 1/5 U.S. only.
Every rep.
Crump in the corner. There's a three. Tyree right in front of the bench.
Every play.
Dogs turn it over. Edwards with a beautiful over-the-head bounce pass from 40 feet.
Commit to the G.
Brown two-handed slam on the other end. Hammond's wide open three. Rayshawn trains it in front of the tech bench. Ball knocked loose, rolling on the floor, picked up by Fagan. With a one-hander. The buddy is good off the right leg. Edwards kick out. Gresham three ball. Good from the left side. He got knocked into the courtside seat. Stolen by Edwards. Here we go. A little showtime. A one-handed cock and fire with the hammer and the throwdown. Edwards with a one-handed jam.
The Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to live play-by-play coverage of Dogs basketball. Georgia basketball is brought to you by Piedmont, the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs, and by State Farm. Talk to an agent today at 1-800-STATE-FARM or by visiting statefarm.com. Now, alongside Chuck Dowdle, let's go courtside and join the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Welcome back to the Forum here in Memphis, Georgia, and the Memphis Tigers coming up. Tigers ranked number 9 in the nation. They're 12-1. They've won 10 in a row. Georgia coming in at 9-3, winners of 3 consecutive ball games. We'll give you the complete starting lineups in just a moment. We're going to throw it back to a break right now. When we come back, we don't tip until 7 minutes after, so we've got plenty of time to get the rundowns in and get all of our business handled before we get this one started. We'll take a timeout. Back to Memphis after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia basketball. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein, your workout will never go to waste. Recover better with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia basketball.
Hey, Bulldog fans! Georgia Power knows that fan energy is what makes Georgia Bulldog basketball possible. From tip-off to the final buzzer, you power us forward. That's why Georgia Power is proud to help power your community. Last year, they donated over $22 million to community improvement programs, including supporting nearly 1,300 nonprofits across the state. To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping the state power forward, visit georgiapower.com/community.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia basketball. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein, your workout will never go to waste. Recover better with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia basketball.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
We all like to shop local, whether it's your neighborhood barber, your favorite coffee shop, or your local farmer's market. That's why I'm proud to be a member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for 85 years with one simple goal, banking on purpose. Whether they are saving you money or supporting the people, places, and teams we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. Get started today with a low-rate credit card from Georgia's Own or visit their website at georgiasown.org to learn more. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Georgia's Own is federally insured by the NCUA. At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
Cabell Philpott back again once again with the scoreboard update. We'll get you back out to the FedEx Forum here in just a moment. Chuck, Dowdle and Scott Howard standing by courtside. Tip-off not till about 1:07, so we got plenty of time to get you out there to the FedEx Forum when Georgia meets 9th-ranked Memphis, who is undefeated at home in the FedEx Forum, are the Tigers so far this season. We told you already, halftime at Thompson-Boling Arena, Tennessee trails LSU 38-37 in the first conference Saturday of the SEC regular season, as LSU 8-4 on the year, Tennessee 8-4 as well. Number 17, Kentucky hosting Missouri at 2 o'clock at Rupp Arena. At 4 o'clock, Ole Miss out of conference at number 24, Wichita State. The Shockers 10-0 at home at Charles Koch Arena so far this season. At 4:30, 8th-ranked Auburn heads to the Hump to battle Mississippi State. At 6, Florida hosts Alabama. At 7 o'clock, Texas A&M meets Arkansas at Bud Walton. And at 9 o'clock, Vanderbilt out of conference at home at Memorial Gym against SMU. Other top 25 action currently in progress. 11th-ranked Butler leading Creighton 34-24 at halftime. That game taking place at Butler. 15th-ranked Maryland leads Indiana by 8 at halftime in College Park. Number 22, Texas Tech leading Oklahoma State 36-30 at the break. Georgia Tech will be in action today. They're on the road, Tobacco Road to be exact, North Carolina, the host school for the Yellow Jackets this afternoon at the Smith Center at 6 o'clock. College football action, Southern Miss and Tulane in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. The Golden Eagles 7-5, the Green Wave 6-6. Southern Miss up 13-6 on Tulane in this ball game with a minute remaining in the first half. Jack Abraham, Southern Miss signal caller, 16 of 21, 162 yards and a touchdown so far this afternoon. Again, Southern Miss leads Tulane 13-6 in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Your Georgia Bulldogs on the road, a big test this afternoon. They're going to battle 9th-ranked Memphis just about 8 minutes from now. We're going to send it back out to the FedEx Forum. Scott and Chuck, what's the weather like out there? But oh wait, it's not football season anymore. You're on the inside.
Yeah, and they've got the roof closed today, so we're going to be 72 degrees and dry. And before we get to the starting lineups, Cab, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. All right, here's your starting five for today's ball game. First for Georgia, record of 9-3. Tom Crean in his second season as the Dogs head coach, a record of 20-24 in those two seasons. Donnell Gresham Jr. is a redshirt senior. He's a graduate transfer from St. Paul, Minnesota, averaging almost 7 points a ball game, 5.5 rebounds per contest. Tyree Crump in the starting lineup today, 6'1 senior from Bainbridge, Georgia, averaging 9 points per contest. Anthony Edwards is the 6'5 freshman from Atlanta, leading scorer for the Dogs, just under 19 points and 5 rebounds per contest. Tumani Kamara gets the start again today, 6'8 freshman from Brussels, Belgium, right at 6 points and 4 rebounds per contest. And Rayshawn Hammond, second leading scorer, leading rebounder for the Dogs. He's a 6'9 junior from Norcross, Georgia, 14 points, 8.8 rebounds per contest. For the 9th-ranked Memphis Tigers, a record of 12-1, coached by Penny Hardaway in his second season here in Memphis, a record of 34-15 in those 2 years. His starting five will feature Boogie Ellis, a 6'3 freshman from San Diego, California, averaging 7.5 points per contest. Damian Baugh is a 6'3 freshman from Nashville, Tennessee. His numbers 6.2 points and 3.5 rebounds per contest. Lester Quinones is a 6'5 freshman from Brentwood, New York. He averages 11.5 points, 3.6 rebounds per contest. Then the big man, Isaiah Maurice, a 6'10 senior from Durham, North Carolina. 3.5 points, 3.3 rebounds. And Precious Achua, 14 points, almost 10 rebounds per contest. 6'9 freshman from Queens, New York. Those are your starting fives. Let's get to our keys to the game now, presented by Ford and the F-150. Ford has a tradition building generations of tough, legendary trucks like the Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. For great offers, visit your local Ford dealer today. Now we're going to visit with the official Chuck of the Georgia Bulldogs, Chuck Dowdle, for our keys to the game. Chuck.
All right, Scott, I'm going to start out with this. Listen, this is a true road environment. It's only our second of the season. The first didn't go real well. out in Tempe, Arizona. We had a 20-point loss to Arizona State. We got to take what we learned out there and put it to use here. And so, yes, well, what did we learn? Well, one of the things we learned is don't let a Memphis run, and then listen, they're going to have some, overwhelm you and cost you a chance. That happened to us with the Sun Devils. They made a big run. We just let it overwhelm us like a big wave washing over us, never got back into it. And then the other thing, too, we got to limit our scoring drought. Too often, we've had scoreless runs of 4 minutes and more, and you and I pointed them out. And you can't do that on the road against a talented team. Well, let me tell you something. As you can hear in the background, we're on the road, and this is a talented team we're playing. So you cannot afford to have these droughts of 4 minutes or more where you don't score. We got to be continuous, consistency. You heard Tom Crean say we got to watch transition. And particularly, they get 30% of their points in transition. That's a lot of points down the floor in a hurry. That's the kind of basketball Tom Crean likes to play himself. So in that respect, in that regard, these two teams are similar. But the other thing is, he doesn't want to see the Dogs get inside and try to force shots up. Memphis very good at blocking shots at the rim.
Yeah, they've got size, as we mentioned in the starting lineup, with Achua at 6'9", and Maurice at 6'10", and the big guy they lost, 7-footer, the center James Wiseman, only played 3 games the first 3 of the season. Then he was suspended, and then he eventually withdrew from school and is currently preparing for the NBA draft. So he is he is gone.
Look, and that whole setup was very wonky. NCAA wasn't overly thrilled with it. There was a suspension involved. He wasn't going to be eligible to play in this game anyway. In fact, I don't believe he was actually eligible by the NCAA to return to the Memphis team until after this game. I think it was the next game after this one. So Georgia was going to miss him regardless. It is probably best for Memphis, best for the NCAA, and best for college basketball, and trying to keep some sort of semblance of clarity of rule, shall we say, for him to go ahead, withdraw from school and begin his preparation. That whole thing, it just never smelled right, and for him to go ahead and kind of put an end to it, I think was the right thing and perhaps the proper answer for all concerned.
And even though they lost, and this guy is, there's been talk of him being the number 1 pick in the upcoming draft, the 7-foot center with skills like he has.
Yeah, and the 2 games that he played that we saw him, he looked darn good. I'd sure take him.
But they're still loaded. That's the point. I mean, they have the number 1 recruiting class in the country. They've got talented freshmen. Georgia has very talented freshmen. And there's a lot of connections between these 2 schools and a lot of the players. Lance Thomas is a 6'9" sophomore, a transfer from Louisville. He and Rayshawn Hammonds both played at Norcross High School. They're both very good friends. And Thomas is now here in Memphis. Did not play against Tulane or New Orleans the last 2 games due to a hip injury, but he's supposed to be eligible today. And then a lot of these guys know each other from McDonald's All-American games, all kinds of all-star high school games.
AAU teams, believe me, they are very familiar with each other. So from that standpoint, there's a lot of familiarity out here. And I got to tell you something. Both of these teams have talent and have youth. And I did see something, and it kind of surprised me that I read that by roster age that Memphis's team was the youngest in the country. Boy, that's amazing, because we got 9 true freshmen. So that amazes me that they've somehow or another managed to get I guess they got some very young sophomores and juniors.
Yeah, they've got 6 freshmen, 2 redshirt freshmen, 2 sophomores, 1 redshirt sophomore, and then 1 junior college transfer who is a senior. Our opening tip is brought to you by Northside Hospital, proudly welcoming the Gwinnett Health System to its family of care. With more than 3,500 doctors, 5 hospitals, your Northside now has expanded services in maternity, orthopedics, surgery, cardiovascular cancer, and more. Visit them at northsidegwinnett.com. We're almost ready for the opening tip. Georgia will be in their road black uniforms.
Guess what we're waiting on?
Television. Memphis all in white tops, white pants. Georgia all black. Those black uniforms look good. I hope they can honor them today with a good performance. Tumani Kamara will be in the center circle for Georgia, the 6'8 freshman from Belgium. And in the middle for Memphis, it'll be Precious Achua, the 6'9 freshman from Queens, New York. Our officials today, Ron Groover, Patrick Evans, Jason Baker. Here's the toss and the tip. We are underway, controlled by Georgia. They tap it to Edwards, immediate to the basket, and a layup, Anthony Edwards, and that's how this one gets started.
I hope that's a good sign of how he's going to play this afternoon. That'd be terrific for the Dogs.
We got points in the first 10 seconds of the ball game. Memphis with its first possession. Maurice called for traveling. He took an extra step as he tried to look for someone to pass it to on the right side of the floor.
He was walking in Memphis.
Oh, gosh. What's the next line?
With his feet 10 feet off of Beal.
Yeah, and we're about 10 feet from Beal.
No.
Not far from where we're located here in Memphis, here at the Forum. Dogs with a 2-0 lead and the possession. Anthony Edwards drives with a left-hand dribble, pulls up above the foul line. Jumper from 18 won't go, off the rim. Rebounded by Achua. Precious Achua, 6'9", 225, handles the basketball, goes into the corner. There's an off-balance three from Boogie Ellis, who's been dreadful shooting the last 5 games, was just 5 of 34 from the field. 14, that's less than 15%, just 3 of 16 on threes in that time span, but he hits a three to get Memphis on the board and give them a 3-2 lead.
Well, he owes us a lot of misses then coming up.
Dogs left end of the floor. Hammond shoots over Maurice. That won't go. And the rebound going to be taken away by Memphis. Tigers up the floor. Lester Quinones to Ellis, straightaway three. Wow. Bricks it off the left side of the backboard. Rebound to Edwards for Georgia. Passes across the timeline to Hammonds. Tries to drive through a double team, and he'll run and bank it off the square, and it goes in for a running layup for Rayshawn Hammonds, his first points.
Very surprised that Precious Achua did not challenge him. He was in front of him, but he totally gave way to Rayshawn.
Ball on the drive, spin move, left side of the lane, shoots and misses off the rim. They fight for the loose ball, falling out of bounds is Boogie Ellis, and it's going to be Georgia's basketball as Ellis kind of took it with him when he fell out of bounds. Dogs with a 4-3 lead and the possession coming up.
By the way, we flew in yesterday. We touched down in the land of the Delta Blues in the middle of a pouring rain.
Oh, gosh.
Huh?
Are we in store for more of that today?
No, I hope not. I think we've covered them all.
I bet you've got more. Here's Hammonds driving left side, scoop layup, good. Rayshawn got a step on his man. He's got 4 points, and Georgia has a 6-3 lead.
And so far, all 6 of Georgia's points have been, Coach Green said he didn't want guys going to the rim and not kicking it out. Well, guess what? We finished at the rim all 3 times.
Well, they're not running into traffic, though. They're taking them one-on-one. At least that's been the case thus far. Ellis with the ball. Boogie out, a 6'3 guard guarded by Edwards for Georgia. Dumps it to Lester Quinones through the lane. Drops it off to the big man down below, but it's picked off by Hammonds. Long pass up ahead to Tumani Kamara. He flies through the air and gently lays it in over the rim. Quickly, Memphis inbounds. Quinones driving, missing a running layup. Gets his own rebound, or he's fighting for it. Ball gets loose, rolls towards the baseline. Touch last by Kamara. I think it's going to be Memphis possession.
Hey, listen, heads up to Rayshawn Hammonds, a little tip of the hat. He got back down the floor in a hurry because he knew, Memphis was going to try to score in transition. And he got back down and contested that ball at the backboard. So, kept them from scoring easily in transition.
Dogs with an early 8-3 lead, 17-16 on the clock, first half here in Memphis. They fire it into Ellis for a three, short, deep on the left wing. Rebound down to Crump. Tyree, the senior from Bainbridge, curls around, finds Gresham on the far side. He misses his first jumper of the ball game. It's a three. It's tapped out for the rebound to Memphis. They're off and running. Ellis through the lane and blocked by Kamara, but they're going to get a foul on Anthony Edwards for a push. First foul of the ball game on the Dogs. And it'll send the Tigers to the foul line. 8-3, Dogs with an early lead. 17 minutes showing on the clock. Ron Groover says 2 shots for Boogie Ellis, the freshman from San Diego, California, just a 57% foul shooter. 19 of 33 so far this season, but the free throw is good.
You know what? As a team, that is one of the flaws in this Memphis team. They do not shoot free throws extremely well.
No, they're a little worse than, they're at 68%, which is better than Georgia, actually, at 66%. but neither team is outstanding. Here's Ellis, second free throw. That's good. He knocked them both down. And again, he had been in a dire shooting slump over the last 5 games or so before tonight or this afternoon, and he's got all 5 of Memphis's points here to begin the ball game. 8-5, Dogs by 3. Edwards with the ball just inside the half-court line to our left as we view it from adjacent to the Georgia bench, crammed into our broadcast position here. There's Hammonds with a handoff top of the key to Edwards with 8 on the shot clock. Left-hand dribble by Anthony through the paint, throws it up across his body with a right hand, misses off the backboard and out of bounds, touched out by Memphis, says the official.
Crowd doesn't like it, but that's the right call.
Ball nicked the rim, too, so the shot clock is reset to 20, so Georgia's got time to inbound and work a shot in the half court. Nope, Ron Groover's going to come to the scorer's table and take a look at the video, I think. I think they're going to look at the shot clock to see if it did touch the iron. So Ron Groover going to take a look to see if the ball did touch the iron, because as we said, the shot clock did reset.
I think it did off the backboard.
And the call is correct.
Yeah,
so the reset of 20 is good.
As he walked back by, he gave the scorer there a little attaboy.
Dogs inbound. Hammonds has got it on the far side. Lance Thomas, his former teammate at Norcross, was pestering him. He shoots and misses the 3. Great hustle by Gresham to get the rebound all the way out at half court. Crump's got it now deep on the right side of the floor. Dribbles with the left hand. Drives on this blue 4. And he's fouled top of the key by Boogie Ellis, who ended up with the basketball.
2 shots.
Thought they stole, but they fouled instead. It's going to be Crump going to the free throw line for 2, as Chuck pointed out.
That was borderline. He was close to the 3-point, being behind the arc, but just over it.
8-5 Dogs. Crump at the line. He hadn't been there a lot, just 9 times this season. He's hit 7. And now he's 8 of 10. Tyree with his first point of the afternoon. And Georgia leads at 9-5. Crump, right-handed shooter from Bainbridge, knocks down a pair of free throws for the Dogs. And it's 10-5 Georgia. Memphis into the front court with Alex Lomax, who's into the ball game now, sophomore guard from here in Memphis. Ellis out of the left corner, drives into the paint, and we steal it from him. Edwards took it away. Crump was guarding. Edwards up ahead to Kamara. Kamara had the ball knocked out of his hands under the basket. Rolls out of bounds, touched out last by the guys in white. Memphis touched it out. It'll be the Dogs' ball after the timeout. 15:51 to go, first half. The home crowd doesn't like the guys in the striped shirts right now. 10-5, Georgia with an early lead on 9th-ranked Memphis. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Off season for Georgia fans? Yeah, right. We show our team spirit year-round. Now with a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions, you can go Dogs wherever you go. And with Regions Next Step tips and tools, you and your Visa check card can go further. Regions is the official bank of the SEC, and we know greatness is in the grind. To learn more, visit Regions.com/Go Dogs. Regions, member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees may apply.
An auto policy from State Farm gets you collision coverage. And this radio ad from State Farm gets you coverage of this beloved 90s hit.
I hit a car. I hit a car. I hit a car. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. My agent's gonna help me.
For more coverage, visit statefarm.com. In your heart, you know it's time to get your hip repaired. You need knee surgery, but don't want it to be too invasive. You're looking for a new approach to the arthritis pain you've had for so long. At Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute, we're dedicated to providing you with a lifetime of mobility, which is why we offer personalized care from elite joint and arthritis doctors who place an emphasis on rapid recovery that can have you home within hours of surgery. Learn more at northside.com/orthopedic. Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute, your source of strength.
Back back here in Memphis where Georgia leads the Tigers by a score of 10-5. BMW is a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Well, Chuck, Dogs off to a good start.
And there are three things that I'm really liking, Scott. One is Coach Crane wanted the guys to get back on transition. They're doing that. Two is he wanted us to be able to hold our own on the boards, crashing the glass and be physical. Well, guess what? Right now, we're leading them in rebounds 5-4. And the third thing, he wanted to turn them over and protect our turnovers. How about 3-0? They've got the 3 turnovers. We've got none so far. And you look on that scoreboard, and it's producing results for the Dogs, up 10-5.
Good crowd on hand here today in the Forum. Obviously, as you might expect, it's mostly blue and mostly white.
Yeah, we got some Georgia fans.
We got some red and black in here too, though.
Back behind our bench, and it's good. I've had several fans come up and say, "Hey, we made the drive over from Nashville, or we drove up from Mississippi. We're Georgia fans." So it's great to see that people are, when they have the opportunity to go on the road and see the Dogs play. This is an exciting team to play. We're stuffing the Stag, and we're drawing fans on the road. It's a good thing.
I know a few folks because we ran into some at dinner last night that were in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl and just made the trip straight here,
which is probably what we should have done.
So they've been, yeah, that wouldn't have been a bad deal.
Instead, we went back home and then flew up yesterday.
All right, so Georgia with a 10-5 lead, and the Dogs inbounding far left end of the floor. They get it into Anthony Edwards. He works far on the right side of the floor. Give it to Hammonds along the baseline. Pull-up jumper from 8 feet. Won't go off the rim. Achua with the two-handed rebound for Memphis. Tigers with a possession. Alex Lomax calls for Ellis to come back middle of the floor to take the basketball. Boogie Ellis to Lester Quinones on the left side. He starts to drive. Quinones, a 6'5 freshman from Brentwood, New York. They go into the right corner. Ellis there. Jump pass across the way. Thomas turns around and hands it out to Lomax with 6 to shoot. Hammonds is guarding. Lomax, long three is good. Alex Lomax put it enough air on it to get it over Rayshawn Hammonds, and it was all net to make it 10-8. Dogs with a 3 attempt. Won't go by Edwards. Rebound to Memphis in the corner. That's Achua again. Lomax now has it, right wing, above the arc, dribbles through the legs, does it again, then lost the handle. 1 too many dribbles through the legs, picked up by Gresham. Donnell all the way down, scoop layup on the run, good by the graduate transfer. Dogs 12-8. Georgia by 4, 14-37, clock ticking.
Lomax got a little too fancy with his dribbling.
Oh, he did. He was rapidly back and forth through the legs, and on one of the exchanges, ball just caromed off the floor right out of his hand and right over to Donnell Gresham. Here's Quinones, straightaway 3 off a curl. Too deep on the 3-shot attempt. Hits the back of the rebound and is rebounded at the head of the key by Edwards. Georgia in the front court. Here's Kamara with a baseline 2 on the right side. That skims the rim. No good. The rebound down to Boogie Ellis, the 6'3 guard for Memphis. He penetrates, kick out, left side. Achua with a 3 ball is good. Precious Achua, who averages 14 points a game. He's their leading scorer. He's got his first 3, and it's 12-11. Dogs by a point. Georgia's had a 5-point lead here in the last couple of minutes. Dogs with the ball. Crump between the circles. Goes left to Edwards. They stay right with him. Quinones is guarding him.
6.
5 on the clock now. Crump drive with the left hand into the lane. Shoots from the foul line. Too deep. No good. Achua with another rebound. 12-11. Dogs by a point. Memphis can take the lead here. Achua attacks, and they do take the lead all the way down on the block, and he shoots over our defense from the right side and scores. And it's 13-12. Dogs answer quickly. I couldn't see who shot that.
Donnell Gresham, in that same spot over in that right corner.
With a 3.
We saw him knock down 3 of those on Monday night against Austin Peay, and he picks right up over there.
15-13. That first 3-pointer of the afternoon for Georgia is brought to you by Scana Energy. Now Lomax drives, wraparound pass. They left Achua wide open in the left corner. He missed the 3 off the iron that time. Hammond's got the rebound for the Dogs. To Edwards, right to left up the floor. Edwards has got it back, fakes the drive, passes off to Hammonds, kick it over to Gresham for a 3, missed it off the rim. Got a good look at it. Ellis rebounds for Memphis into the front court. He looks back quickly over his right shoulder to their bench to get the call. 12-18 on the clock. First half, Georgia with a 15-13 lead. Ellis slowly dribbling. Gresham watching. He's guarding, but not tight now. Ellis tries to drive. Still working above the arc. Cross court to Lomax. Only 4 seconds to shoot. Now less than that. Lomax all the way down the lane. Missed the running layup. Boy, he had a wide open shot. Missed the layup as the clock was running out. Memphis got an offensive rebound. Achua travels and then gets the tap in. He was stumbling as he got a pass inside. His feet were all over the place. They don't blow the whistle, and he ends up getting the tap in basket.
I'm not sure how they didn't blow the whistle, but the official signaled that he was bobbling the ball, and so he didn't have control of it. In other words, he was saying it was basically a free ball.
15 all is our score. 11 and a half minutes to go. Crump misses right at point-blank range with a layup from the right side. Rebound to Memphis. Tigers quickly into the front court. Here's Alex Lomax driving by Edwards down the lane and laying good. Not good defense at all by Georgia that time, and Lomax puts Memphis up 17-15. Looked like Edwards just backed away and let him go. 11:05 to play first half. Anthony Edwards drives from the right side. Sweeping layup high off the glass. Missed the iron. Rebound down to Memphis. Tigers. Achua has it knocked out of his hands to Crump. Up ahead to Edwards. And a two-handed slam for Anthony on the left end. And that makes it 17 apiece. 10:44 to go first half. Tied at 17. A lot of mistakes here in the first half, Chuck. A lot of turnovers by both squads. A lot of missed shots. Kind of apparent you've got two young teams, right?
Real clear about that.
Lomax with a nice dribble and then backs up, misses the shot from the left corner. He started to drive and then slammed it up and took back a step, then missed the shot. That's what the oohing and aahing was for. Georgia with the possession in a tie ball game. Edwards to Hammonds. Deep three, right side. Off the rim, no good. Rebound, Achua. Gresham with a steal, knocked it out of his hands. Gives it to Rayshawn. He flies in, scoop with a left hand, finger roll underhanded, up and in good.
Yeah, and that finger roll was from about 7 feet away. He had to go a little longer with that finger roll than he had planned on, I think.
He was just stepping into the blue paint here on the court at the Forum in Memphis. So the floor, by the way, wasn't down until just a couple hours really before we played this game due to that wrestling event that was here in this building last night. So they really had to turn it around quickly. Memphis will tie it up, getting in deep with Lance Thomas, the 6'9" transfer from Louisville. Ties it at 19 with a lay-in from the right side. His first points of the contest. 19 apiece, 9:25 to go first half. A lot of scoring in this ballgame. Ball knocked loose by Memphis. Kamara tried to bounce pass in traffic. Memphis tapped it away, and they'll get a basket on the other end as Lester Quinones lays it up for his first points to put Memphis up 21-19. Then he wanted to flex after a layup. Crowd on its feet here in the Forum. Edwards through traffic, pull-up, foul line, missed a 15-foot straight-on shot. Rebound, Lomax from Memphis, spins at the half-court line. Quinones, right side three, he was open, and he drains the three. It's good. And Georgia wants a timeout as the Tigers have their largest lead of the half at 24-19. Full timeout with 8:48 to go in the first half. Tigers lead by 5 on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Dog fans. Coach Kirby Smart here. Do you have a game plan for flu season? Get ahead of the competition by getting a flu shot at Piedmont. It's the smart thing to do. Stop by any Piedmont primary care, quick care, or urgent care location and stay healthy all season long. Visit Piedmont.org/UGA to learn more and book online. Piedmont Healthcare. More ways to better.
Follow the Dogs on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Georgia Basketball. More Bulldogs hoops in a moment after this from your local station.
We all like to shop local, whether it's your neighborhood barber, your favorite coffee shop, or your local farmer's market. That's why I'm proud to be a member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for 85 years with one simple goal, banking on purpose. Whether they are saving you money or supporting the people, places, and teams we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. Get started today with a low-rate credit card from Georgia's Own or visit their website at georgiasown.org to learn more. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Georgia's Own is federally insured by the NCUA.
You know, growing up in a coffee family is no different than growing up in any other family, except that we all kind of share one affinity, and that's for a great tasting cup of coffee.
Matt Siraj, 4th generation owner, Community Coffee.
I believe people can taste the difference family makes. It's a fullness in the mouth. It's a flavor impression that follows all the way through until 30 seconds after that sip of coffee. It's that rich, smooth flavor that you find in Community Coffee.
Our family story continues at communitycoffee.com.
Tigers on a 7-0 run to take a 5-point lead, 24-19 with 8:48 to go here in the first half as Memphis leads Georgia. And Dog fans, when you need to see a game, you need to head to StubHub. Whether you want to sit courtside or score a bird's eye view, StubHub's the best place to grab 100% verified tickets. StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. StubHub, be there.
Scott, a while ago at the last break, we were ahead of them on the glass 5-4. Since that time, they have almost doubled us on the glass. They are now 15 rebounds to our 8, and thus they have jumped to that 24-19, that 5-point lead on the scoreboard. But we have made some substitutions now, and the last thing I heard Coach Crean tell these guys, cut to the glass. Cut to the glass. So no standing around on offense now.
Dogs get Severe Wheeler, Jordan Harris, Christian Brown into the ball game. Brown tries to drive, lost the handle, picks it up, jumps in the air, dumps it inside to Hammonds, missed the lay-in, gets an offensive rebound, hooks it up and in from the left side under the bucket. Rayshawn Hammonds kept after it and got the reward. He's got 8. It's 24-21. Memphis by 3. They've got the ball. Tigers substituted during the timeout as well. Tyler Harris, a 5'9 sophomore from Memphis, is in the ball game. They go into the right corner. Jaden Hardaway, the coach of the son of the coach, is in as well. Hard pass, high-low. Ball misses a lay-in underneath. He got fouled as he's knocked to the floor. Damian Ball, 6'3 freshman from Nashville, was fouled on the play. He's got 2 free throws coming up. Jordan Harris called for the violation for the Dogs, his first and the team's second foul. Memphis only been whistled for 1. Played almost 12 minutes of this ball game.
These officials are kind of letting it go, really, on both ends.
Ball, free throw, good. 69% foul shooter, knocked down his first opportunity of the day. His first point of the afternoon. Ty Fagan's in the ball game for the Dogs as well, along with Hammonds, Harris, Brown. Second free throw off the rim and no good, and Wheeler is our 5th guy on the floor. Hammonds got the rebound and gave it to Severe, so Wheeler takes it into the front court down to our left. Harris along the right baseline. Scoop shot. Open in high off the glass with the kiss.
That was a circus shot.
That was nice. That's your Swifty Car Wash express play of the game. Jordan Harris converts to make it 25-23 Memphis. Harris in the paint, nowhere to go. Jump pass, threw it into the backcourt. And over and back as Lester Quinones jumped high for the ball off his hands, and he finally didn't get 2 hands on it until it was in their backcourt.
Cardinal sin. He jumped in the air with nowhere to go with the basketball.
Timeout with 7:41 to go. First half, Memphis 25, Georgia 23. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Isn't it yummy when you find a great deal that helps stretch your budget? Yeah, we think so too. That's why at Kroger, we've got more ways to save on all the fresh foods you truly crave. With great sales every day, fuel points to save at the pump, and digital coupons you can download to your Plus card, the savings at Kroger really add up. More ways to save. It's easy at Kroger.
the sweet sound of the chapel bell. A time-honored tradition at UGA signifying everything from acing a test to a big Bulldog win. At Ford Motor Company, we have our own tradition, too. Building the best-selling trucks in America, Ford F-Series, 42 years straight. F-150 is built to work smart and play hard. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
From way downtown.
Nice shot, Dad.
Playing basketball with your daughter and missing on purpose.
Watch this.
These moments make your house home.
Ooh, another brick.
And no one knows that better than Rocket Mortgage. They've simplified the mortgage process so you can focus on what really matters.
How about the best 2 out of 3?
Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. Proud mortgage partner of Georgia Athletics. Push button, get mortgage. Call 800-QUICKEN today or visit rocketmortgage.com.
Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Ninth-ranked Memphis with a 2-point lead over the 9-3 Bulldogs, 25-23. We've got 7:41 to go here at the Forum in Memphis, Tennessee on a Saturday afternoon. It's time to go inside the huddle, and it's brought to you by Georgia's own credit union, banking on purpose. Who's in the huddle but our own Chuck Dowdle? Chuck, what are you learning in the huddle?
Well, he was relaying the message to the entire team that he was telling those guys that were going in on the floor for the first time a while ago that he does not want any standing around on offense. He wants to go into the glass for rebounds, but cutting on offense. Keep moving, and that way, somebody's going to find you. If you'll keep cutting to the glass, somebody's going to find you. You're going to get some easy shots.
Dogs with only 1 turnover here in the first half. Memphis has 7, but they've hit 4 of their 8 3-point attempts. Georgia just 1 for 5, and the Tigers have a 2-point lead, 25-23. As we come out of the timeout, the Dogs with Severe Wheeler, Jordan Harris, Christian Brown, Ty Fagan, and Rayshawn Hammonds. And Memphis with Tyler Harris, the 5'9 guard. They've got Jaden Hardaway, the 6'5 redshirt freshman, son of the coach. And then they've got Malcolm Dandridge, a 6'9 freshman, on the floor as well as we get back to play. Quinones is still out there as well for Penny Hardaway's Tigers. Dogs spread the floor down to the front end. Down to our left, Hammond's trying to back down his guy. He's got his back to the basket. Feeds it out front to Wheeler. Left side to Brown. 3 for Christian. Fires a Scana Energy 3-pointer from the left wing. Christian Brown with his first basket of the contest to put the Dogs back in the lead, 26-25. 7:10 to go. Soft touch by Christian Brown. Memphis off the curl, forced up a 3. No good. They tap the rebound in control. Back over to Tyler Harris on the left wing, guarded by Jordan Harris. Down the lane, Memphis with the runner, and that's no good by Damian Ball. He got contact at the rim.
A little bit of a late whistle, too. Now, I'm not going to dispute the foul. I mean, it was probably a foul, but he didn't call it immediately, that's for sure.
They get Rayshawn Hammonds on the bumping foul. And Ball holding his head as he was on the floor. A little extra time down there as he slid right into the baseline photographers. Around the floor is packed. Courtside seats and both in lines packed with cheerleaders, photographers, cameramen as Memphis misses the foul shot. Damian Ball this time comes up empty.
Scott, I got to tell you, it's hard to see up on that third level, but it looks like there's pretty good attendance up there. This place may be packed.
Of course, it's a professional arena where the Memphis Grizzlies also play here, but it's the home of the Memphis Tigers. As Ball hits the second free throw, he makes 1 of 2 for the second time in the game, and we're knotted at 26. 6:52 to play here in the first half. Dogs with the possession. Far left end of the floor. Jordan Harris has it get away, jumped in the air off his hands, taken by Memphis. Little Tyler Harris speeds up the floor, fills the lane inside with Ball. He's no good. Offensive rebound, and Precious Achua with the putback bucket. He's got 9, and Memphis regains the lead, 28-26. Dogs run their offense. Wheeler's going to shoot a 3 and train it. They didn't really guard him tightly. Severe doesn't shoot that many. And his first basket of the ball game is a Scana Energy 3-pointer. Memphis with a running layup on a diagonal slash. They missed the rim with it. Hit the glass and off the backboard. Rebound to the Dogs. Wheeler's got it. Left side of the floor. Trots slowly to the middle of the floor. Front edge of the center circle. Now they go to work. Here's another deep three. Severe. High off the rim. Hit the top of the backboard. Back down on the rim. They blow it dead. It's going to be Memphis basketball. Jordan Harris going to come out of the ball game. And Anthony Edwards back in. Fagan, Wheeler, Brown, and Mike Peake has checked in as well for the first time. Peake, a 6'8 freshman from Chicago, on the floor for the Dogs. 29-28 Georgia. 5:43 to go first half. Lomax gives it up to Damian Ball across the foul line on the dribble. They go into the left corner. Edwards guards there. Oh, they got the baseline, but we help with the defense. Lomax from the foul line. Looked like he took steps and walked, and he threw the ball away anyway. Trying to pass into the right corner to Hardaway, and Lomax threw it out of bounds.
The problem was the pass was nowhere near the corner. The pass was about halfway down the baseline.
Another turnover by Memphis. That's their 8th. Georgia by 1, 29-28. Dogs tried it into the front court with Severe Wheeler. Peake to Fagan between the circles. They go to Tumani Kamara on the left wing. He'll curl around across the top of the perimeter. Go to Fagan on the right side. Holds it high. Couple of dribbles to Peake. Left side to Wheeler. Threw it into the Memphis bench.
Wow.
Dogs turned it over. Unforced error there with 5:10 to go in the half. 29-28 Georgia. Dogs with 8 points from Rayshawn Hammonds. He's the leading scorer. Gresham has 5. Edwards with 4 thus far. Memphis with the possession. They got the old school uniforms. Oh, look out.
You okay?
Severe Wheeler
you all right?
Coming in, diving into the bench to save it. Yeah. Knocked over the
little fella told me he was all right.
The video monitor to your left and almost landed in Chuck's lap. The Memphis Tigers with the throwback Memphis State uniforms today. All in white, Georgia in black on the road here. Leading by 1. Tigers have the possession. Little Tyler Harris at 5'8", dragged his pivot foot. That's a travel. He drove in from the left wing, tried to stop just on the left edge of the paint, and he slammed on the brakes and slid along the floor a little bit, and they turned it over for a 9th time.
One of the things I have learned is the little fella, he doesn't look so little when he's coming right at you at full speed.
Yeah, he's coming at you strong with 5'10", 180 pounds.
Ty Fagan in this game, Scott, now. And at Arizona State, Ty was our leading scorer, but did a great job of constantly cutting to the basket. And it paid big dividends for him.
4:38 on the clock. Clock moving here in the first half. Georgia with the possession. Dogs called for traveling. I couldn't see who it was. I was blocked by the coach. Was it Kamara?
Yeah.
Our courtside seats are not necessarily the best view if you want to actually see the whole game.
Well, it would be better if we didn't have officials and coaches. They tend to get in front of us.
29-28. Dogs by a point. Georgia subs and gets Gresham back in the ball game. Kamara stays on the floor. Edwards, Peake, and Tyree Crump back in. Memphis with the ball. Chance to take the lead here if they convert. Ball has it, top of the key. Lob into Achua. We deny with Peake, but we knock it out on the wing to Ellis. He drives diagonal from the left, throws it up across his body for the layup, and it rolls around the iron and off, but he got fouled on the play, so he's going to get free throws coming up.
Well, Michael Peake doing a good – he's in there for his defense, and he's doing a good job.
He defended well that time on Achua.
Yeah, defending down low.
Dogs whistled for the foul, and that was on Tyree Crump as Ellis ties it up with a free throw. Boogie Ellis, 6'3" freshman from San Diego, failed to score in their last game against Tulane, a game Memphis won on Tuesday, 84-73 in their conference opener. And Ellis, who came into the game shooting 57% from the foul line, now 4 for 4 from the free throw stripe today. 30-29, Memphis with a 1-point lead. Dogs have the ball. Edwards with a slow right-hand dribble right on the center circle. Hands it off to Peake. He'll come left. Hand it off to Gresham. It goes back to Edwards with 13 on the shot clock. Anthony jump pass to Peake in the corner. Fakes the three. Jab step. Now puts it on the floor. Drives through traffic. A whistle and a foul. No, they called a charge. The back official, I think, was going to call a defensive foul. Then he let the baseline official call the charge. So it's an offensive foul on Mike Peake, and that'll get us into a timeout. Dogs turn it over with the foul. We stop the clock at 3:59 to go in the half. Memphis 30, Georgia 29. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Dog fans. Coach Kirby Smart here. Do you have a game plan for flu season? Get ahead of the competition by getting a flu shot at Piedmont. It's the smart thing to do. Stop by any Piedmont primary care, quick care, or urgent care location and stay healthy all season long. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to learn more and book online. Piedmont Healthcare, more ways to better.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
The following BMW ad is a few years old. A little sibling rivalry is to be expected in the BMW 3 Series. We're running it again because these 3 Series models are now BMW certified. They may have their differences, but they have much more in common than you think. They sure do. Like a sporty chassis, still has that. A 0 to 60 that's as quick as 4.6 seconds. Yeah, what I said. BMW certified. Like new, again.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs!
Welcome back to Memphis, the Forum. Georgia trailing Memphis by 1, 30-29. Rocket Mortgage created a simple home buying experience centered around you so you can focus on watching the game with friends and making your house home. Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans, proud mortgage partner of Georgia Athletics. Let's recap the game here, brought to you by Regions. Get a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. This has been highly competitive here in the first half. Neither team has had more than a 5-point lead, and both teams have had little short mini runs as the Tigers lead Georgia by a point right now. Turnovers, 9 for Memphis and 5 for the Bulldogs. That was going to be a big part of today's ball game. Rebounding, Memphis leads 17-11. The Dogs are 3 of 8 on threes. Memphis 4 of 9. We are shooting 43% for the game. Memphis at 45.5%. And at the foul line, Tigers with an edge there, 6 of 8 from the stripe. Georgia 2 of 2. So it's been very close, Chuck, and very competitive thus far.
And on the scoreboard, 30-29. I mean, the stat sheet pretty much reflects what you see on the scoreboard in this case. What does not reflect well right now is, we've got 5 fouls to their 1. There are 2 teams on the floor, and it's just as physical on the other end, but Georgia not getting the breaks on those calls on the other end of the floor.
Memphis basketball, they'll inbound it with Lance Thomas. He'll give it into Damian Ball. And Ball, the 6'3 freshman guard from Nashville, will bring it into the front court. Now they'll go into their half-court set. Lomax to Achua down low. He's spinning. He had the ball knocked loose. Memphis retains possession. Thomas in the left corner for a 3. Around the rim and out, no good for the long, lanky former Norcross High School product. Georgia with the rebound. They trail by a point. 3:35 to go first half. Edwards with a lob pass to Hammonds. Kind of a lazy handoff that Lomax knocked away, and they go rolling on the floor. Yeah, Hammonds went diving on top of Lomax for the loose ball, and Rayshawn picks up his second foul. Hammonds with 2. Hammonds, Edwards, Crump, Kamara, and Gresham are 5 on the floor. Memphis has a 1-point lead. And the basketball after the foul by Rayshawn Hammonds. Alex Lomax guarded by Gresham with a slow dribble about 35 feet from the basket. Now he curls under the basket, spins on the left baseline, goes back to the right corner. Still dribbling, 12 on the shot clock. Lomax to Achua. into a double team. Shoots high with a right hand, misses off the glass. Rebound Memphis. Putback bucket is good by Damian Baugh. In traffic, Baugh with his first basket of the ball game. He's got 4 points now, and the Tigers' lead is 3. 32-29 Memphis. 2:51 to go. Dogs had a lot of bodies around the basket that time, but couldn't get the ball. Here's Edwards, long 2. Just inside the arc on the right side. Missed it off the rim. Gresham sneaks in for the rebound. Gives it to Kamara. Three-pointer. Tumani left of the circle just beyond the arc. Knocks down his first 3 of the ball game. And it ties the game at 32. 2:23. Clock moving here. Late first half. 32-32 is our score. Number 9 Memphis and the Georgia Bulldogs. Lomax, one-handed pass cross-court to Lance Thomas. Air ball, a 3 from the left side. Caught by Baugh underneath, and Edwards reaches in and ties it up. I think Memphis still has the possession arrow. And they do. Edwards tied him up as Baugh caught that air ball on the right side of the rim.
Anthony should have had that. He did not see behind him. The guy coming around down the baseline and cut right in front of him to grab it. You know, otherwise Anthony could have screened him out, blocked him out.
11 on the shot clock. Memphis inbounds. They send it zipping into the far corner to Lester Quinones. Work it around with 4 on the clock. Ellis step back 2 on the baseline. Nicks the rim. Rebound high. One-handed. Edwards, we're off and running. Edwards right to left all the way down and fouled as he shoots and nicks the backboard with his shot, but he got hit pretty good. Pushed on the play. He'll go to the foul line now and get 2 shots. Georgia's second trip to the free throw line here in the first half with 1:54 to go, and the game tied at 32.
Only the second foul called on Memphis. Or Memphis State as their jerseys.
That's right. Edwards at the foul line, sinking the free throw. He's got 5 now in the game. Anthony at 75% for the year. 43 of 57. Now you can add 1 make and 1 more attempt to that. Anthony coming into today just 4 of 24 on three-pointers over the last 4 games at 16%.
Tom Crean very wisely with 1:54 to play here in this first half, getting Ray out of the game, back over on the bench, and he's got Christian Brown in there now in his place. But if he can get by without picking up a 3rd foul, that'd be a great thing.
Edwards hit a couple to give the Dogs a 2-point lead. And now Kamara called for a foul, trying to go through the player to deny a pass. And Tumani commits his first, and it's bonus time for the Memphis Tigers. 34-32 Georgia. Just 102 seconds to go here in the first half. And it'll be Precious Achua, the 6'9", 225-pound freshman forward from Queens, stepping to the line. 57% foul shooter. That free throw is up and in good. They're not really living up to their free throw percentages today.
I will say this. I watched Achua practicing his free throws in warm-ups, and he was knocking them down, so missed that one.
He did miss that one way short. It almost hit Kamara in the face coming down as Tumani got the rebound. 34-33. Georgia has a 1-point lead and the ball. Edwards has it on the left wing. Hands it back to Wheeler around Kamara. Sprints under the basket. Curls there. Gives it to Gresham. We throw it over to Kamara for a 3. Good! Tumani sinks the 3.
Tumani's feeling it, isn't he?
He's got 8. He's tied for the scoring honors with Rayshawn Hammonds here in the half. The Dogs' lead is 4, 37-33. Quinones has it on the right block, guarded by Gresham beautifully. Cross court under the left wing. A 3 ball by Boogie Ellis is good. He's got 10 now, and the lead is 1 for Georgia, 37-36. Less than a minute to go. Dogs with the possession. 19 on the shot clock, 49 to play in the half. Edwards, long 2 from the left side. Too high and too deep. Rebound goes to Achua for Memphis. He stays back on the other end of the floor. Now he finally gets across the timeline. 3 ball by the Tigers won't go. Achua already in NBA mode as he just plays on one end of the floor apparently. 28, 27, 26, 25 seconds. Dogs with the ball and a 1-point lead. Wheeler, slow dribble inside the half-court line to our left. Looks to his coach over his left shoulder. Tom Crean gives him instructions. Now 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 6 seconds on the possession, 9 on the game clock. Backdoor feed to Edwards to the basket. He's denied at the rim. Memphis has the ball with 3 seconds to go. 2 seconds. Chua with what they knocked down Kamara, knocked down the official, and they get Tumani for the foul, and he was on the floor. Wow. Patrick Evans got bowled over, blew the whistle with 0.8 of the second left, and called the foul on Tumani Kamara. They called a block as Achua was bouncing to the basket.
Looking at it on replay, it was the right call. Tumani leaned over into him. But, boy, that's a tough call.
That's the second foul on Kamara as well, as Jordan Harris hustles to the scorer's table. Just 0.8 of the second remaining. And Precious Achua at the free throw line. Free throw number 1 barely nicks the iron. No good. So the best they can do now, more than likely, there's only 0.8 left, is to tie it at the half. Yes, Dogs by a point. Achua will get one more free throw as Harris subs in for the Dogs. The big right-hander strokes it, knocks it down. We're tied at 37. Georgia inbounds, heaves one deep down the floor, and Jordan Harris comes up empty on that half-court heave, beyond half-court, more like three-quarter court. And that's the end of the first half, and we're deadlocked. 37 apiece, Georgia and number 9, Memphis, here at the Forum in Memphis, Tennessee.
And the most encouraging thing of this is, look, we haven't played our best basketball with our best players. You know, we still haven't gotten a lot out of Anthony Edwards at this point. Ray struggled a little bit. We're not getting the points out of the guys that we would normally go to. Tyree is, I don't believe, has he scored? Is Tyree at the free throw line?
Yeah,
I think he scored.
He's got 2 foul shots.
But that's it. I mean, we got some guys out here that need to contribute points on the board. If we start to get that, Memphis is going to have a battle in their hands here in the second half. But great first half effort by the Dogs.
Georgia 37, number 9, Memphis 37 at intermission. Time now for the Georgia Power halftime report. Georgia Power brings the energy for every game day and to your community too. Visit georgiapower.com/community to learn more. Cabell Philpott with a load of scores from the Piedmont Healthcare Network studios. He's next on the Georgia Power halftime report on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
You've been ignoring that knee pain during your morning run. You have a lot of questions about that concussion from the soccer game. That shoulder pain you've been feeling playing tennis is now chronic. At Northside Sports Medicine, we know you don't have to be a pro to be an athlete, which is why we give you access to treatment, technology, and an elite team of sports medicine doctors dedicated to providing you with a lifetime of mobility. Call 1-855-NH-SPORT today so you can get back in the game. Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute, your source of strength.
Hi, Georgia fans. I'm Scott Howard here for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You've got to make more happen, whether they're in Athens, Georgia, or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More. Made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Georgia Athletics.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia basketball. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein, your workout will never go to waste. Recover better with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia basketball.
Hi, welcome to this ad for Subway Delivery. How do you want it?
I'll take the home meditation, please.
Ah, very blissful.
The path to fulfill your inner stomach, man. First, align your body with the sofa. Open your mind and order from subway.com/delivers. Open your door to your delivery order. Open your mouth to a tasty footlong from Subway. All right.
Delivery available in selected areas. See subway.com/delivers for details.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia basketball. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein, your workout will never go to waste. Recover better with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia basketball.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to the Georgia Power Halftime Show. The Georgia Power Halftime Report is brought to you by Georgia Power, proud to power the Georgia Bulldogs. Live from the Piedmont Healthcare Network studios, here's your host, Cabell Philpott.
The Georgia Bulldogs tied with the 9th-ranked Memphis Tigers on the road at halftime at the FedEx Forum at 37 for the Georgia Bulldogs in the first half. Leading scorers, Edwards has 6, Gresham has 5, Wheeler and Brown have 3, and Harris has 2. Once again, the leading scorers for the Georgia Bulldogs, or the leading scorer for the Georgia Bulldogs, I should say. No, it will be plural. Kamara and Hammonds both with 8. Well, we take a look at the SEC conference play getting kicked off this afternoon. The first victory of the season in SEC play goes to the LSU Tigers, 1-0 in SEC play, 9-4 overall after their victory this afternoon on the road, nonetheless, in Knoxville, 78-64. Javonte Smart led the Tigers with 21 points in the victory. A little bit later on, at 2 o'clock, 17th-ranked Kentucky hosts Missouri at 4. Ole Miss out of conference against number 24 Wichita State. Shockers 10-0 at home this season in Charles Koch Arena. 8th-ranked Auburn heads to Starkville to take on Mississippi State at 4:30. At 6, Alabama renews its rivalry with Florida. At 7, Texas A&M gets together with Arkansas and Bud Walton. And at 9 o'clock, it's an out-of-conference game for Vanderbilt at home in Nashville against SMU. Georgia tied with the 9th-ranked Memphis Tigers on the road at halftime at 37. When we return, we'll check in on the top 25 and the Armed Forces Bowl going on in Fort Worth right after these messages. Tied at 37. Dogs and Tigers back after this. Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
From way downtown.
Nice shot, Dad.
Playing basketball with your daughter and missing on purpose.
Watch this.
These moments make your house home.
Ooh, another brick.
And no one knows that better than Rocket Mortgage. They've simplified the mortgage process so you can focus on what really matters.
How about the best 2 out of 3?
Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. Proud mortgage partner of Georgia Athletics. Push button, get mortgage. Call 800-QUICKEN today or visit rocketmortgage.com.
Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
At Georgia Power, we believe our lake should be filled with water, not trash. That a healthy honeybee population will pollinate a healthier environment. That building homes is just as important as powering them. That's why we believe what we do off the grid is just as important as the clean, safe, reliable, affordable energy we provide on it. And that's a different kind of energy. Visit georgiapower.com/community.
For up-to-the-second news and special content on all things Georgia Bulldogs, visit GeorgiaDogs.com. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The sweet sound of the chapel bell. A time-honored tradition at UGA signifying everything from acing a test to a big Bulldog win. At Ford Motor Company, we have our own tradition, too. Building the best-selling trucks in America, Ford F-Series, 42 years straight. F-150 is built to work smart and play hard. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Hey,
Bench, what are you doing?
I'm rubbing my Blue Emu on.
Were you ready to go fishing?
Fishing?
You said we were going fishing this morning.
I have 10 Gold Glove awards.
Here we go again.
Johnny Bench doesn't go fishing.
Yeah, I know.
Johnny Bench goes catching. Blue Emu supports healthy muscles and joints. Blue Emu, it works fast and you won't stink. Available at nationwide retailers and Amazon.
Welcome back inside the Piedmont Healthcare Network studios. Tied at 37, the Dogs and the Memphis Tigers, the 9th-ranked Tigers so far this season at 9-0 in the FedEx Forum. Georgia trying to snap that win streak this afternoon. Well, we take a look at the top 25. 11th-ranked Butler beating Creighton 71-57 at home this afternoon. 4:25 remaining in the second. 15th-ranked Maryland up on Indiana in Big Ten play 69-41. Number 22 Texas Tech dispatches Oklahoma State 85-50. Georgia Tech in action tonight on the road at North Carolina. 6 o'clock tip between the Jackets and the Tar Heels in the Smith Center. And the Armed Forces Bowl. Southern Miss taking on Tulane in Fort Worth. In the second half, it's been all wave. They've scored 17 unanswered after the halftime. 23-13 the lead for the Green Wave in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Before we take another timeout, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Georgia tied with 9th-ranked Memphis at halftime at 37-all. When we return, we'll send it back to the FedEx Forum after these messages on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, Georgia fans. I'm Scott Howard here for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You've got to make more happen, whether they're in Athens, Georgia, or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More. Made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Georgia Athletics.
Today's horoscope brought to you by Geico.
Capricorns, today is a perfect day for romance and fun-filled activities with your partner. And by fun-filled activities, we mean shopping for car insurance. Luckily, you'll find that switching to Geico could save you hundreds of dollars a year. You'll keep this day of romance going at the hardware store by arguing for half an hour over the color of your backsplash. Love is indeed in the air, Capricorns.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Progressive presents Get Pumped. Inspiration to help you do insurance stuff.
Hey, are you just gonna stand there and let people not give you credit for being a good driver? You deserve discounts on car insurance, and that's what Snapshot from Progressive is for. So why aren't you signing up? You need music to get pumped? Hit it! Drum solo! Ow, that hurts my fingers.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California, North Carolina, or from all agents.
Hey, Bulldog fans. It's time to visit Swifty Car Wash. Everyone feels better in a clean car, and we have a special offer for you. Join any Swift Pass Unlimited Wash Club for just $4.99 the first month. Unlimited washes, VIP lanes. Earn a free month for every referral. Score on every drive at Swifty Car Wash. See store for details. Find all locations at SwiftyCarWash.com. Swifty Car Wash, the official car wash of UGA Athletics.
Scott Howard, Chuck Dowdle, Tony Schiavone back here at the Forum in Memphis, where Georgia and the Tigers are tied at 37. And our halftime stats are brought to you by Northside Hospital, proudly welcoming the Gwinnett Health System to its family of care with more than 3,500 doctors and 5 hospitals. Your Northside now has expanded services in maternity, orthopedics, surgery, cardiovascular, cancer, and more. Visit them at northsidegwinnett.com. First half numbers for Georgia. The Bulldogs shot 42.5%, 14 of 33 from the field. We hit 5 of 10 on 3 and 4 for 4 from the foul line. Memphis shot 40%, 12 of 30. They were 5 of 13 on threes and 8 of 12 at the foul line. They have the rebounding edge, 22-16 over the Dogs. Turnovers, 9 for the Tigers, 6 for Georgia. Leading scorers, Rayshawn Hammonds and Tumani Kamara, each with 8 for the Dogs. Anthony Edwards has 6. Leading scorer for Memphis, Precious Achua, with 11 points and 9 rebounds. Second half on the way right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
We're getting you in the zone. Brought to you by AutoZone.
Stolen by Edwards. Shoot by Hammonds. Left-handed jam.
Need to get the job done fast? AutoZone can help. Visit AutoZone.com and start the job with free next-day delivery or free same-day store pickup. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The second half is coming up next. This is Bulldogs basketball on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SEC basketball is back on SiriusXM. We've got 24/7 talk and analysis on SiriusXM SEC Radio from hosts like me, Chris Childers, Peter Burns, Pat Bradley, and more, as well as live play-by-play. Listen to your favorite team live for $4 per month as long as you're a student. Subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Hoops.
Everyone knows the star players on the court, but what about the ones off the court? Nissan Intelligent Mobility Technologies are calling the shots. They can lend a hand all on their own, whether you're in game day traffic or pivoting into those tight arena parking spots. And when the opposing team's fans suddenly break in front of you, it can even help you stop, so you can keep cheering come game time. Nissan Intelligent Mobility, it's a game changer. Get to Nissan, a proud partner of the UGA Bulldogs. Please see owner's manual for important feature information.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In search of a battery that won't let you down, even in the lowest temperatures? We've got you covered at America's #1 battery destination. At AutoZone, we have the proven tough Duralast batteries you need to drive with peace of mind this winter. They're tested in extreme conditions, which means you can count on them to deliver when you need them most. Stop in today or visit AutoZone.com, and we'll help you find the start you're looking for. Based on data from the MPD Group Incorporated, car care track 12 months ending December 2018.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hi, welcome to this Subway Fresh Value Meal radio ad. How would you like to hear it?
From a game show host?
All right, let's play.
Thanks, Johnny. Our lucky contestants are playing for a fresh value meal with a 6-inch sub. They'll choose from 6, including a cold cut combo or Black Forest ham, starting at $6 with a 20-ounce drink and chips. Subway, make it what you want.
Fresh value meal sandwiches are prepared in front of you at participating restaurants. Prices and subs included may vary. Additional charges for extras plus applicable tax. No additional coupons or discounts may be applied.
Getting set for half number 2 for Georgia and Memphis. The Tigers riding a 10-game winning streak, 12-1 for the year, ranked 9th in the top 25. Georgia unranked, winning 3 in a row coming into today. They're 9-3 for the season.
You know, Scott, I was just thinking on Monday night, I was saying, hey, let's sweep the week. We beat Austin Peay. We won the football game over Baylor on Wednesday night, and now, if we can just find a way here to win this second half, we will sweep the week.
Well, we're right here neck and neck. We're tied at 37 as the second half will get underway. Georgia with the possession. And here we go. Hammonds feeds it into Edwards in the backcourt. Anthony will lean into the dribble, walk it into the front side of the floor. Guarded by Lester Quinones. Hook pass left to Crump. Catches a short hop. Comes this way. Oh, goodness. Wow. The ball deflected right into the Georgia bench.
Yeah, Coach Fish, Brian Fish, had a Gatorade or something, boy.
Yeah, and now we have a Gatorade.
Boy, just all over us.
It's only equipment. You got water everywhere, or whatever the drink was. It's all over the coach's bench over here. Jeez.
Wow.
I'm glad I had a waterproof jacket on.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll forge ahead here as soon as they get it dry, everything dry. Hey, we need to borrow a towel.
My goodness.
Well, the dangers of sitting next to the bench, right?
Yep. Well, that's one of many. I had one. I had a close call earlier with.
Yeah, you had a player in your lap just about.
Severe heading over, but he didn't make a mess like this did. Oh, good. Tony's dapping off my face.
Well, somebody needs to. All right. Jiggs, you need one? You need a towel? Everybody share a towel. All right. Well, we're all wiped down. I got an extra shower here today. Back in action. Maurice left open for a 3 from Memphis, and it bounces on the rim 2 or 3 times and finally falls through there for Isaiah Maurice, a 6'10 senior, junior college transfer, also played at Kansas State. And that's his first points of the ball game, and it gives Memphis the 40-37 lead. Dogs with the possession again. Here's Gresham. Lobs it left to Hammonds. He spins down the left side of the lane and works his way down on the block and rolls it up and in.
That was a nice move by Ray down that lane.
Hammonds with 10. Quick three by Memphis is no good. Dogs with the rebound. Edwards to Crump. Finds a spot in the right corner. He hit the three, but he stepped out of bounds. Crump ran to his spot, hit the three, but the official on this near sideline whistling and pointing immediately that Crump had stepped on the sideline. That's unfortunate because that would have tied the game.
We are seeing a lot of that, aren't we? I mean, we're really seeing that. You mentioned the other night on the broadcast with Austin Peay about the number of out of bounds, guys stepping out of bounds.
Actually, that would have given us the lead. It's 40-39. Memphis by 1. A running jump hook off the right baseline is good for Memphis, and they extend the lead now 42-39. So it's a 3-point Tiger lead. Dogs with the ball. First 90 seconds of the second half here in Memphis. Crump scoops it to Kamara. We go on the far side of the floor to Hammonds. Gresham has it now above the arc. He'll dribble it to his right. Come to Crump. Quick feed to Hammonds on the right wing. Fakes left, drives right, pull up 2 on the baseline. Hit the side of the backboard with his jumper. And hustles in to fight for the rebound, but Isaiah Maurice had 2 hands around it for Memphis. Tigers by 3. They've got the ball. Damian Ball, 6'3" guard, uses a screen, dribbles to his right. Gresham guarding, now works against Donnell, pushes him away, shoots and misses.
No call. Now that's
he just shoved him into the baseline. Dogs get the rebound with Hammonds. Ray unguarded all the way down the right side of the lane. They flop, and Hammonds misses the jumper. From 2 feet, it rattled out. They were trying to draw a foul. It was clearly a flop, but no whistle for that either. 42-39, Memphis with a 3-point lead. Quinones has the ball. He's guarded by Anthony Edwards. Behind the back dribble, using a screen. He's picked up the dribble now, falling away with 10 on the clock. Goes to Achua. He drives inside, rolls it in, going towards the basket. Achua now with a baker's dozen. And the lead matches the largest lead of the game for Memphis at 5. It's 44-39. Dogs need something to drop here in the second half. We've only got 2 points here in the first 3 minutes or so. Crump fakes the 3, drops it off to Hammonds at the elbow. Rayshon puts it on the floor with the right hand, backs his man down. Achua tried to dip under him and scoop, and he left it short. Got the offensive rebound, and they call a jump ball, and Memphis has the arrow.
Well, they're not going to call a foul on Memphis. I've pretty much determined that.
Yeah, they have 2 today. 2 in the whole game. They've been whistled for 2 fouls today. That's astounding. 16:50 to go in the ball game. Tigers have the possession and a 5-point lead, 44-39. Quinones stumbling, driving against Kamara, throws it up high off the glass, and it goes right down through the hoop.
All right, this is one of those situations now. If you're not careful, it can get away from you.
Edwards, air ball going towards the basket with the right hand left of the lane. Ball taken away by Memphis. Achua up the floor. Looked like
they traveled.
He traveled. They don't call that. Quinones misses a 3. Rebound to Hammonds for Georgia. 46-39 now. Memphis has surged ahead by 7 here in the early minutes of the second half. I'm not sure what the 3 officials are seeing as opposed to everybody else. Wheeler drives, tries a scoop shot. That won't go. Hammonds now fights for the rebounds in heavy traffic against Memphis. And did they call a foul? Finally, a rare foul on Memphis?
On Achua after the third foul on Hammonds. I mean, they hit him 3 times. The third one they thought, okay, we'll call it.
15:58 to go in the ball game. 46-39. Tigers have gone ahead by 7. We'll take a break. Back after this. Bulldogs Sports Network.
Infrastructure. Have you really stopped to think about what that means to you? Airports, hospitals, education, and economic centers, all built to elevate our lives. But who builds them? The members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613, believes we should be those people. It's why we train 5 years in the heat, the cold, day or night, rain or shine. We create a better life for everyone. IBEW Local 613. Everyday people committed to building an extraordinary world.
Get ready for tip-off at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldogs gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is the exclusive home of the UGA 10 collection by Peter Millar. The UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore. It's where dogs shop.
Scana Energy is a proud partner of UGA football, and every Dogs fan deserves to save money. Get fired up about our low natural gas rates and switch to Scana Energy by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting scanaenergy.com. Between the hedges and beyond, Scana Energy is a winning play. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com to start saving on your natural gas today.
Scana Energy is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. For every three-point shot made by the Bulldogs, Scana Energy will make a $25 donation to the University of Georgia General Scholarship Fund. Dogs 5 of 10 on three-pointers today, but trailing right now 46-39, Chuck. The Tigers with the edge coming out of the locker room at the half.
Yeah, you know, both of these teams averaged north of 80 points for the season in a game. Both were tracking beneath that in the first half. But it's been Memphis who's looked like they want to get their average here in the second half. They've outscored the Dogs 9-2 here in these first 4 minutes and 2 seconds. So, look, we got to tighten up our defense a little bit, settle down, and start to make some shots. Anthony still not having a good day firing the basketball up. He's
2 for 11.
Yeah, that's not the kind of shooting we're used to seeing from the young man. But you know what? He'll get it together here. Maybe Tyree can start to knock down a couple, and we can reclaim the lead that we've had through quite a bit of that first half.
Knotted at the half at 37, but Memphis has taken a 7-point lead here in the first 4 minutes of the second half. Dogs with the ball. Hammond's double team, finds Wheeler, wrap around in the paint. Kamara put it on the floor on a dribble and tried to slide under the basket and turned it over. Lomax with a run out, driving down on the other end, and is fouled.
Gets his third.
And on Rayshon's contact.
Is that his second?
No, that's three.
That's three.
Called the block on Hammonds, and that'll put Memphis at the free throw line. Alex Lomax, a 6-foot sophomore guard from East High School here in Memphis. East High School is where Penny Hardaway was the coach before he got the Memphis job a couple of years ago. Spent 3 seasons at East High School where they won state championships there. And then Memphis brought him back into his alma mater as Lomax knocks down the foul shot. And the lead is 8 and growing, 47-39. And that free throw rattles out. Kamara with the rebound. Dogs need some points. 15-40, a lot of time to play, but suddenly we're down 8, our largest deficit of the ball game. Crump has the ball just inside the half-court line. Georgia from left to right here in the second half. Crump, bounce feed down to Edwards to the basket, missed the lay-in. Got the rebound, they foul him. On the putback attempt, he got hacked. He's going to the line with the clock stopped and shoots 2. And the foul was on Lester Quinones, his first, team second. That's only the 4th foul on Memphis in the game. And Edwards will get 2 foul shots here. Anthony on the season at 75%. And this is his second trip to the line. He's got 6 points in the afternoon. Free throw up and in good. Edwards now 3 for 3 from the line, just 2 of 12 from the field. Second free throw off the front of the rim, no good. Achua got the rebound. Hammonds crashes to the floor, a little slow to get up. Memphis playing 4-on-5. Now Rayshon back on the other end. Achua through the lane, nowhere to go with it. Throws it up instead, misses it off the right side of the rim. Hammonds got the rebound for the Dogs. 47-40 Memphis. We get the ball quickly to Kamara underneath. Contact with Achua, no whistle. He lost the ball, picked up by Memphis. Tigers with the takeaway, and they quickly get it back on the left end of the floor. Now Lomax looks to the Tigers bench, gets the instructions from his head coach. Guarded by Edwards. is back to the defender. Jumps and hooks it over to Achua. And now check a whistle down on the baseline. Got a holding foul on Severe Wheeler, said the official. Severe with his first. Team second. 47-40, Memphis by 7. We were tied at the half at 37. So a 10-3 start for the Tigers in the second half. Inbound to Achua. He goes to Quinones, who holds it on his right hip on the right side of the floor. Now he'll dribble it. Go over to Lance Thomas. Bricks a 3. Wow.
Boy, that was bad.
He's had some ugly-looking shots today. Gresham got the rebound for the Dogs to Wheeler. Curls around top half of the lane. Out to Crump for a 3. Good. No, that's Edwards. Anthony Edwards with the three-pointer. That's a Scana Energy 3 for the Ant-Man.
Tyree came out of the game, and Donnell's back in.
10 points now for Edwards. 47-43. Memphis by 4. 14:09 to go in the ballgame. Lomax gets by Wheeler, but Hammonds picks up the defense near the basket. They work it into the corner. 3-ball right side won't go by Tyler Harris. Rebound to the Dogs. Edwards driving inside, runs into a quick crowd, throws it up in the air. Touched out last by Memphis, I think.
Well, yeah, it was touched out last. But they called it touched out last by Memphis. I think we touched it out last. But here's the thing. They fouled. They fouled Anthony.
Like you said before, they're not going to call too many of those. He had 3 guys converge on him. Wheeler throws it into the right corner for a 3. For Big Red, Donnell Gresham drains it from the right corner.
I tell you, that right corner is his.
Another Scana Energy 3 for Gresham as the Dogs draw to within 1. We were down 8. Now it's 47-46. Memphis with the ball. 13:33 to remain in the ball game. Lob pass to Maurice down low. We swat it out of his hands and take it away. Dogs with a steal quickly left to right to Wheeler. Driving layup, bounces off the rim and in the basket to give the Dogs the lead, 48-47.
Attaboy. You know what? That's what we like to see. The guys did not, they could have thrown in a towel. You know, they didn't do it. Now Memphis is calling a timeout, try to get their act together.
The Dogs on a 9-0 run in the last 2:11 have taken a 1-point lead. 48-47, Georgia over number 9 Memphis with 13:13 to play. Timeout, back to the Forum after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Ah, the sweet sound of the chapel bell. A time-honored tradition at UGA signifying everything from acing a test to a big Bulldog win. At Ford Motor Company, we have our own tradition, too. Building the best-selling trucks in America, Ford F-Series, 42 years straight. F-150 is built to work smart and play hard. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Follow the Dogs on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Georgia Basketball. More Bulldogs hoops in a moment after this from your local station.
The following BMW ad is a few years old. A little sibling rivalry is to be expected in the BMW 3 Series. We're running it again because these 3 Series models are now BMW certified. They may have their differences, but they have much more in common than you think. They sure do. Like a sporty chassis, still has that. A 0 to 60 that's as quick as 4.6 seconds. Yeah, what I said. BMW certified. Like new, again.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs!
Hi, welcome to this ad for Subway Delivery. How do you want it?
I'll take the home meditation, please.
Ah, very blissful.
The path to fulfill your inner stomach, man. First, align your body with the sofa. Open your mind and order from Subway.com/delivers. Open your door to your delivery order. Open your mouth to a tasty footlong from Subway. All right.
Delivery available in selected areas. See Subway.com/delivers for details.
College basketball's back on Sirius XM, 24/7 talk and analysis, as well as live play-by-play on SEC Radio. Learn more at SiriusXM.com/collegehoops. And saving you money on car insurance has been in Geico's playbook for over 75 years. So after the game, get a quote at Geico.com. Geico, so easy, a caveman can do it. Dogs, Chuck, on a 9-0 run to take a 1-point lead, 48-47.
Yeah, and they've done it, too, with some critical threes. One, Ant-Man hit a three. Donnell Gresham out of the corner buried a three. Severe, nice drive and layup there to give Georgia the 1-point lead. But that's how you fight back out of that hole. And you get some shots to fall, which they weren't doing for a while. And that's what we're starting to worry you, because we've seen this team hit stretches of minutes, extended minutes, where they'll go without scoring. So I'm starting to get a little worried. I feel a little better now, but still, we got 13 minutes here. We got to continue to attack the glass, continue to knock down some threes, but mostly we got to keep playing defense and keep these guys off the boards.
Dogs out of the timeout with Edwards, Gresham, Wheeler. Rayshawn on the floor with 3 fouls, and Jordan Harris. Memphis with the possession. There, Harris, little guy, shoots above the circle, misses the jump shot off the rim, and down to the Dogs for the rebound. Tyler Harris, 5'9" guard from Memphis, Tennessee, has not been able to find the bottom of the basket. He's 0 for 4. 48-47. Wheeler, jumper, right of the circle, won't go. Rebound tapped around by Hammonds and controlled by Quinones for Memphis. Lester Quinones, 6'5" freshman from New York, has got the ball, looking to shoot right now. He dribbles to his left with his left hand, through the legs now. Picks it up and goes to Achua. He'll roll it over or scoop it over to Lomax. Memphis taking their time, 10 on the clock. Quinones forces a long three over a defender. That's no good. Rebound goes to Memphis. Down to Quinones inside, fouled hard by Jordan Harris, as Quinones was right in front of the bucket trying to put it up and in.
Jordan
Foul
got
on
his
Harris.
money's worth.
He did. Yeah, that's what you want. Good, clean play. Got a good lick on him. Foul him out of the way. He's going to have to earn it at the line. Quinones, 85% free throw shooter, so he's good at doing that. He missed 5 games with a hand injury earlier this season. Suffered against Ole Miss in their win over the Rebels back in late November. He missed a month of the season, and then he just clanks that one up. Nowhere near.
I think he wears those shorts. You see some of these guys nowadays, they wear the shorts rolled up.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got his rolled way on up there.
Yeah, almost up to his shoulders. Second free throw. That one's good. He makes 1 of 2. And we're tied at 48. We were tied at 37 at halftime. Dogs fell behind by 8 and then took a lead. And now we're tied again. Three-pointer going to give the Dogs a lead. Anthony Edwards with a 3 from the left wing. His second of the half, second of the game. He's got 13, and he's suddenly our leading scorer. Lomax pushes a guy out of the way, stumbles. No whistle there. Memphis works the ball to Ellis. Toss it down to Wachua. He tried to tap it up and in. It sailed over the iron, and the rebound to the Dogs. Wheeler with the ball for Georgia. Dribble to the elbow. Get it back out on the perimeter. Hammonds for 3. Too deep. No good. Rebound. Boogie Ellis for Memphis. Their uniform says Memphis State today. Tyler Harris dribbles it up the wing on the far side of the floor, guarded by Anthony Edwards. 11:29. Clock ticking here in the second half. 51-48. Georgia by 3. Tigers with the ball. Lomax drives to the right, lost the ball, picks it up, maintains the dribble, 6 to shoot, spins inside the foul line.
Wow.
And it falls through good. It just died on the rim and fell through.
It did. Looked like it was coming out originally, and then it just kind of tilted and fell back over in there. Sometimes you gotta have, somebody opened the door and the breeze blew it in, but you gotta have that occasionally.
51-50. Lomax denying a pass down low.
And we got to be more careful with passes.
He knocked it out of bounds on the far side, hustled for it, but couldn't get to it on the sideline as it goes out of bounds. The Dogs will have the ball after the timeout with 11 minutes to play. Georgia leads number 9 Memphis by 1 here in the second half. It's the Dogs 51, the Tigers 50 on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Make your first play of the season a smart one. Get a fast and easy sports physical right around the corner from Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. With 27 locations offering extended hours and most open 7 days a week, you can book online to get in, get out, and get on your way to a championship year. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to schedule a sports physical today. Patient care services provided by Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. One stop to better.
off season for Georgia fans? Yeah, right. We show our team spirit year-round. Now with a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions, you can go dogs wherever you go. And with Regions Next Step tips and tools, you and your Visa check card can go further. Regions is the official bank of the SEC, and we know greatness is in the grind. To learn more, visit regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees may apply.
Did you know that 1 in 8 Americans struggle with hunger? Yet more than 40% of the food we produce is thrown out. At Kroger, we know we can do something about this. We're donating more food to local food banks through our partnership with Feeding America. And we're working with World Wildlife Fund to end food waste. But we can't do it alone. And we hope you'll join us in creating a world with zero hunger and zero waste. Visit thekrogerco.com to learn how you can help.
Dogs by a point, 51-50 over number 9 Memphis. 11 minutes to play here in the ball game at the Forum in downtown Memphis. Georgia fans, when you need to see a game, you need to head to StubHub. Whether you want to sit courtside or score a bird's eye view, StubHub's the best place to grab 100% verified tickets. StubHub's the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. StubHub, be there.
Scott, we're doing a good job on the boards now. We have caught them. I mean, we're trailing by 1. They've got 30 rebounds to our 29, but earlier they had opened up a big lead on us on the glass. We've just made it a point of emphasis here and started crashing the boards, and it's paying off. Now we got to start to believe in ourselves. Look, Dogs, you got a 1-point lead. You got 11 minutes to play, but you've been neck and neck with these guys, are ahead, truthfully, for quite a bit of this game. You got to believe you can do this. You can get over the hump. You can beat this team right here with this hostile atmosphere, even with the officials not exactly giving you the benefit of the doubt. So let's get after it here. 11 minutes to play, and let's see if we can't get a win here on the road, a big win on the road.
Couple of double-doubles in the ball game. Precious Achiuwa, the freshman for Memphis, with his 3rd straight, his 7th of the year, 13 points, 11 rebounds. And Rayshawn Hammonds has his 4th of the season, 6th of his career, 10 points, 11 boards for Georgia. Here's Edwards, deep 3, off the rim, no good. Gresham taps the rebound over to Wheeler, back to Gresham. His shot blocked under the rim, and the paint goes out of bounds in the right corner.
Crowd cheers, everybody loves it. You know what? Dogs have possession with 17 seconds left.
Shot was blocked by Achiuwa as he jumped in the air, swatted it away from Gresham on the way down. But the Dogs inbounded, as Chuck pointed out. We keep the basketball, 15 on the clock. Wheeler's got it, right wing above the arc, sees an opening, drives, tries to scoop it up. He didn't get anything on that shot, and the ball comes down to Memphis. The ball barely left his hand, went up about 4 feet in the air and straight back down. Memphis on the other end for a 3, won't go. Missed it off the near side of the iron from the right corner. Gresham got the rebound for the Dogs, gives it to Anthony Edwards. The freshman from Atlanta across the timeline from left to right. Hands it to Donnell. 51-50, Dogs by a point, 10-19 to go in the game. Harris has it, goes to Edwards, far side of the floor. Quinones guards to Kamara with 12 to shoot. Now back to Edwards. He's going to force it up and off the iron, no good. Rebound Ellis on the weak side, falls down, keeps the ball in his hands, now gets it to Lomax. Lomax diagonal into the corner. Quinones beyond the arc in the right corner as he walks it up the blue floor here in Memphis. Lomax has it now between the circles. Guarded by Severe Wheeler. 9:48, 9:47 on the clock. Lomax going to take Wheeler off the dribble, skip it to his right to Achiuwa inside. Never got the ball really out of his hands. Got an offensive rebound and then put it back up and in, and a whistle and a foul on the Dogs. Foul on Kamara. That's Tumani's 3rd. And that'll put Achiuwa on the foul line for a 3-point possibility. He's got 15 now in the ball game. And Memphis has a 1-point lead, 52-51. Precious Achiuwa, 57% foul shooter, 42 of 73 when the day began. He's 2 for 4 today. Right-hander, nicks the iron. Oof. Rebound to Hammonds. That's Rayshawn's 12th. 52-51. The lead remains 1 for the Tigers. Dogs with the ball, a chance to do something about that. 9.5 minutes to go. Severe to Ty Fagan, who's back into the ball game.
Memphis in a zone.
We go to Wheeler, attacks from the left side into the circle. Bullet, one-handed pass to Fagan under the basket. It glances off his hands and out of bounds. Had some extra juice on that from Severe.
What Ty was doing what he's supposed to do against that zone. He was cutting that baseline, headed to the glass.
Pass was up high, and it
just a little bit too much mustard on
from
it.
about 23, 24 feet, but it went right through the hands of Fagan. Now the Dogs are in a zone back on the other end. 52-51, Tigers by 1. Achua left elbow over to Lomax. Fakes the three, drives on the baseline. Underneath and up and in good. He just backed down Kamara, didn't want to foul. He's got 3. Lomax scores to go up 3. Gresham on the block, nowhere to go. They guard him tight. Georgia gets the ball top of the key to Kamara. Go back to Donnell for a 3. No good. Ball up, fight for the rebound. Kamara gets it, puts it up and in. They call a foul on the Dogs on the rebound.
You're kidding me. Oh, my goodness.
That's on Kamara. They call it a push. That's 4 on Tumani. So no basket, 3-point deficit, and another foul on number 10.
Wow.
54-51. Tigers with a 3-point lead. It's a one-possession game. Jaquan Walton is going to check into the ball game now. Hasn't played in the last 3 games. He had a boot on his foot in the last game against Austin Peay. He's in the ball game for the first time. Dogs down by 3. Walton, a 6'7" freshman from Columbus, Georgia. Memphis with a possession. Lomax dribbles to his left. Thought about shooting the 3. He's picked up the dribble. He finds a man to pass it to, and that's Damian Ball. Ball going to dribble and drive. Shot blocked by Hammonds. Wrestle for the loose ball. Bounces in the paint. Picked up by Achua. We block it from behind. Achua gets it back. Shot clock expires. Well, they let him play underneath down there. And the Dogs get a shot clock violation against Memphis and take over the basketball.
Okay, you know what? Here's my problem. They didn't let them play down here. They called a foul down here, but they let them play down there. That's bad officiating.
3-point lead for the Tigers. They double-team Wheeler. Jump pass to Gresham. He's open for the 3. Good! Donnell for 3. Ties the ball game at 54. That's his 3rd of the game. He's got 11. 7:55 to play. Lomax on a slow dribble for Memphis. Now across the top of the key. Floater. Short, front of the rim. I think he was trying to lob it up to Achua. Now Memphis steals our pass on the other end. Ellis. We were trying to run a fast break. Memphis will do the same. Quinones to Achua. He caught it in the air, had to go down and then back up, and he laid it up and in.
Well, Severe with an errant pass.
Dogs attack quickly. Gresham went up in the air, had the ball knocked loose. No travel call. He came down with it as well. Crowd wanted to travel, but officials said no, the ball's knocked loose. 56-54. Memphis by 2. Dogs with the ball. Fagan puts it on the floor with the left hand. One dribble goes to Wheeler on the left side. To Gresham. Spins it down inside on the baseline to Fagan. Whips it to Jaquan. Set shot. 3. Back iron. No good. Rebound. Memphis. Achua pulls down another rebound. He and Hammonds really working the glass today for both teams. 56-54. Tigers with a 2-point lead in the ball. 6:50 to play. Quinones has it, guarded by Walton. Quinones backs up near the half-court line now on this near side of the floor. Trying to protect the 2-point lead. He dribbles down the right side of the lane, off the iron twice, no good. Ball knocked loose. Gresham out of the pack with it, trying to find the handle, and he does. In the backcourt, zips it over to Walton, to Wheeler, to the basket, layup, good! He got it to spin off the front of the rim.
How did he get his body under control? He was going full speed, but somehow or another managed to get his body under control to get that ball softly enough off the glass that it would fall.
56-56. Look at the smile on Tom Green's face. I love it. 6:08 to go in the ball game. We're tied at 56 with the number 9 team in the country. Ball's got the ball, lobbed down into the post to Achua. He's triple teamed. There's a whistle. Going to stop the clock with 6:01. And let's check the call. They're going to get a foul on Donnell Gresham. They say the graduate transfer push. Well, that's his first foul.
If you look at this point in the game, they now have, we've been called for 6 fouls this half. And what was it, 7 the last?
Yeah, we've got 14 fouls in the game, and they've been whistled for 4.
They've got 4. 14-4 in fouls. And there, by the way, officials, there are 2 teams.
6:01 remaining in the ballgame, breaking the action. We're tied at 56, Georgia and Memphis. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Georgia Power, we believe our lake should be filled with water, not trash. That a healthy honeybee population will pollinate a healthier environment. That building homes is just as important as powering them. That's why we believe what we do off the grid is just as important as the clean, safe, reliable, affordable energy we provide on it. And that's a different kind of energy. Visit georgiapower.com/community.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Bulldog fans, it's time to visit Swifty Car Wash. Everyone feels better in a clean car, and we have a special offer for you. Join any Swift Pass Unlimited Wash Club for just $4.99 the first month. Unlimited washes, VIP lanes, earn a free month for every referral. Score on every drive at Swifty Car Wash. See store for details. Find all locations at SwiftyCarWash.com. Swifty Car Wash, the official car wash of UGA Athletics.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
BMW is a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit bmwatl.com for great offers. 56-56, Georgia and 9th-ranked Memphis. Tigers opened up an 8-point lead early in this half, but Georgia came roaring back with a 9-0 run, and it's been nip and tuck ever since.
Well,
and we're either the nip or the tuck right now at 56 apiece.
Whatever we are, the officials only see our guys out there as being guys that committing fouls.
that are playing too aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they've got 4 fouls in the whole game.
Yeah, we've got 14. I believe we've got 14.
Yes, that's
4.
correct.
Now, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, there are 2 teams out there. And,
and they're both playing hard.
They're both playing hard. You can't have 14. That's not right. And, look, I know there was a WWE event here last night, but we didn't want to keep their officials,
Memphis tries to inbound, and we bat it back out of bounds with Ty Fagan. So they'll have to do it again. Memphis far left end of the floor, trying to inbound on the right baseline. They throw it into Achua, quickly hand it off to the inbound man, Damian Ball. He'll back it up slowly, dribble with the right hand, a 6'3 freshman from Nashville. Goes to Precious Achua. Fakes right, goes left, spins, loses the ball. There's Wheeler, one-on-one with Lomax to the basket. Fouled, going in for a lay-in. Knocked to the floor. We hustle to pick him up on the baseline. And Severe's going to shoot free throws as the foul. That's the 5th foul on Memphis in the game.
Oh, my goodness.
And Lomax picks up his first. That's their third
of the half.
What
will they do?
Well, let's hope Severe can make the foul shots. 5'10 freshman from Houston. Wheeler, just 58% from the line this season. 14 of 24. That free throw is all net. Good. Severe now with 8 points in the ball game. 6 assists as well. Second free throw off the rim, no good. Ball with a rebound for Memphis. So Wheeler hit 1 of 2, and that one gives the Dogs a lead, 57-56. Lomax with the ball, thread the needle, bounce pass, threw it away off the backside of Achua. Wheeler off and running with Fagan, fast break opportunity.
No.
Ron Groover didn't know who it went off of. He kind of threw up his hands. It looked like they're going to give it to Memphis. Memphis has the possession. 5:32 to go now. Dogs turn it over on a fast break opportunity. 57-56. Dogs by 1. Memphis with a basketball. Almost a full house here in the Forum this afternoon on a sunny day in Memphis, Tennessee. Quinones has it top of the key. Flips it over to Lomax, the 6-foot guard. He's picked up by Ty Fagan defensively. Less than 9 seconds to go on the shot clock. Lomax, left-hand dribble. Floater with the right hand. No good. Tap up by Achua. Won't go. Ball is loose. Touched out of bounds by the Dogs. Gresham couldn't find the handle. It'll be Memphis possession. They've got 20 seconds on the possession clock now as Anthony Edwards comes back in the ball game with 5:03 remaining. Jaquan Walton will come out.
When they put a shot up on the glass, we have got to find Precious Achiuwa and somebody get a butt in his gut because he is crashing the boards for that tip.
They're throwing it to him right now with Hammonds on him. They kick it into the corner along the baseline. Deep drive and a little running layup by Baugh is good. Memphis now by 1. Georgia answers quickly. Was that Hammonds? Was that Rayshawn?
That was Rayshawn.
I got screened out by about 4 bodies right in front of me. Hammonds now has a dozen as Georgia regains the lead. 59-58. Well, the bench is right on top of us here. Achiuwa going to hoist a 3 and drain it. We left him unguarded from 23 feet, and he made us pay for it. He's got 20 in the ballgame. The lead is 2 for Memphis, 61-59, 4:22, clock ticking. Achiuwa having a big old afternoon here. 20 points, 15 rebounds for the freshman from Queens, New York. Wheeler looking to get the ball to Edwards. Now we have to come over and practically hand it to him. Anthony, top of the key, over to Hammonds for 3. Good! Rayshawn quiets the crowd with a little ice water in his veins.
And he looked around at Penny and told Penny, how about that?
62-61. Dogs by a point, 3:50 to go. Memphis with the ball. Ball works against Hammonds, running layup. Tried to hook it up over Hammonds, wouldn't go off the rim. Gresham got a big rebound. Donnell working the glass. He's got 7 boards today, go with 11 points. Dogs by 1. 3:35 on the clock. Fagan with a dribble handoff to Edwards. Anthony holds it, looks to his right to the bench. Now gives it to Hammonds, who jogs this way on the dribble. Gresham setting the screen. Here comes another 3. Oh, around the rim and out. No good. The rebound tapped up, but controlled by Memphis. Quinones put 2 hands around the basketball.
Oh, that was down.
62-61 Dogs. Tigers with the ball. Ball walks it across the timeline. High on the left wing, guarded by Fagan. 16 on the possession clock. Clock ticking down towards 3 minutes to go, and the Dogs hanging on to a 1-point lead. Achiuwa above the arc, guarded by Hammonds. Throws it to Quinones, almost got away from it. Wheeler's on him. Lester Quinones, head fake, dribble drive, spin, 2-1.
No.
Shot clock, violation. They never got the shot off.
Boy, Severe Wheeler was annoying him. He couldn't make a spin to get a shot, to get an angle.
Timeout with 2:51 to go. Georgia 62, Memphis 61. Back in a moment, Bulldog Sports Network.
You've been ignoring that knee pain during your morning run. You have a lot of questions about that concussion from the soccer game. That shoulder pain you've been feeling playing tennis is now chronic. At Northside Sports Medicine, we know you don't have to be a pro to be an athlete, which is why we give you access to treatment, technology, and an elite team of sports medicine doctors dedicated to providing you with a lifetime of mobility. Call 1-855-NH-SPORT today so you can get back in the game. Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute, your source of strength.
When you're getting ready to cheer on the Bulldogs, bring more flavor to the game with Cheez-It and Pringles. And now, Cheez-It and Pringles give you the chance to win the biggest prize of the season, a trip to Atlanta to hoop it up with the stars at the Celebrity Crunch Classic. Visit CelebrityCrunchClassic.com for entry details and official rules. No purchase necessary. Ends 3/8/20. Void where prohibited. Stock up on Cheez-It and Pringles. Enter for your chance to win. And go Dogs!
An auto policy from State Farm gets you collision coverage. And this radio ad from State Farm gets you coverage of this beloved 90s hit.
I hit a car. I hit a car. I hit a car. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. My agent's gonna help me.
For more coverage, visit statefarm.com.
This game recap is brought to you by Regions. Get a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. Georgia 62, Memphis 61. We were tied at 37 at the half. Memphis built an early 8-point lead in the second half. Dogs answered with a 9-0 run, and I don't think we've been more than 3 points divided since that time. It's been a lot of lead changes, a lot of ties in this ball game. It's been tight throughout. The officials don't call any fouls on Memphis. Georgia's having to fight against that. And we're leading by 1 with 2:51 to go. The leading scorers in the game are Hammonds for Georgia. He's got a double-double, 15 points, 12 rebounds. Edwards has 13. Precious Achua, 20 points, 15 boards for Memphis.
And apparently it must have, I didn't get the memo this past week. It skipped my notice, but apparently they've taken traveling out of the rule book. Because
this is a pro arena.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's been a lot that has gone by the wayside today. The whistle's not blowing as frequently as perhaps it should if you call an accurate ball game, but that's all right. We've got 2:51 to go, and the Dogs are in position here, 62-61. And the schedule certainly doesn't get any easier from here. We go home on Tuesday to host Kentucky in the SEC opener, 9 o'clock game at Stegman. Then back on the road next week at Auburn, the only undefeated team remaining in the Southeastern Conference, one of only 2 remaining in the country. And that'll be a 6 p.m. game at Auburn a week from today.
Well, right now I want to see what the Dogs can do to get over the hump here. It would go a long way towards boosting this club's confidence in so many areas because there's so many young players. Talking about 9 true freshmen. Can you imagine 9 true freshmen being able to say, hey, look, we just went on the road and beat a top 10 team?
Our true freshmen beat all their true freshmen. That's what the Dogs are trying to do today. One of our true freshmen has the ball in his hands. That's Severe Wheeler. They leave him open. They don't guard him at the top of the key. Goes to Edwards. They guard him through the lane, and they steal from it. Lomax picked his pocket. Lomax from Memphis off and running right to left. Zips a one-handed pass to Quinones cross court. They go into the corner. They lose the ball. Ball lost the dribble. Wrestle for it. Ball's laying on his back. Tie up, I think. Yeah, jump ball.
That's Georgia.
Dogs have the possession. 2:23 remaining. Dogs will have the ball at a 1-point lead.
They were trying to scream for a timeout, and they couldn't get that.
Memphis, 2 coaches, 2 former NBA guys up off the bench working it. Penny Hardaway, the head coach, and then Mike Miller, the former Florida Gator and Memphis Grizzly, and I don't know how many other teams he played for in the NBA, but
that guy could shoot too.
He was. He was good with the Gators, I know that, and he was terrific in the NBA. He played, I think, 17 years in the league. Dogs by 1 here, 2:14 to go. We've got the ball and a 1-point lead. Tumani's back in the ball game. He's got 4 fouls. Wheeler around a screen from Hammonds. We go to Crump, into the corner to Edwards. They knock the ball out of his hands. Oh, my goodness. Go to the floor, and they steal it. That was Lomax that picked his pockets. Now Ball has it. Damian Ball up into the middle of the floor, into the front court. 153, 152. Tigers trail by a point. They call a timeout. 151 with 19 seconds remaining on the possession clock.
Well, Anthony said his pocket picked twice now, two straight possessions. And yet, that's truthfully, that's who you want to have the ball in this clutch situation. You want the ball in the hands of your best player. He's our best player, so you want the ball in his hands. But he's got to be careful with it, and he needs to give us some points here. Help us out, pal.
Well, you remember early in the ball game when Memphis had 7 turnovers and we had 1. Now we both got 16. That was our 16th right there. As the Tigers trail by a point, but they've got the ball, and just 1:51 to go in the contest. $1:51 to play. Dogs out of the timeout with Edwards, Wheeler, Gresham, Kamara, and Hammonds. Tigers with Ball, Achua, Quinones, Ellis, and Lomax. Lomax will inbound just to the right of their bench, down far to our left. Here we go. Quinones flips it on the wing. They work it around a Ball on the far side of the floor. Inside the arc, runs into Kamara. Jump pass to Ellis for 3. No good. Back iron. Rebound. Memphis got it back. Lomax, top of the key. Got an offensive rebound. 1:33 to go. They got a new possession. New shot clock. 90 seconds to play. They trail by 1. Memphis on a 10-game winning streak. Number 9 in the country. Ball. Terrible looking shot. Rebound. Wheeler. They try to tie him up. The little guy got it for Georgia. The little fellow drops it off to Gresham. Donnell will trot it into the front court, left to right. 113, 112, 111. Dogs by 1, 70 seconds to play. Gresham feeds Edwards in the corner to Wheeler. Foul line jumper floating good. 15-footer fading towards the basket. Sevier knocked it down. He's got 10. Georgia leads by 3, 64-61, less than a minute to play. Memphis with the basketball. Lomax dribbles to his left, slides to his left now in front of their bench. They feed it to Achua down to the block. We double. Back out to Lomax. Shot fake on 3. Dribble drive. Hooks a pass out of bounds. They whistle a foul, I think, on Georgia. Are they going to get Hammonds? Did they get Rayshon for the foul? I believe they did.
They haven't come over to make it.
They've got 2 shots coming. It's a foul on Georgia.
Well, of course it's a foul on Georgia.
And I believe, yeah, well, that's true. I believe the indicator was on Rayshon. That's his 4th. Lomax at the line, 79% foul shooter. Lomax with 8 points, and he's still got 8. He clanks it off the back of the rim. It's still a 3-point Georgia lead with 43.4 seconds to go. 64-61 Dogs. Alex Lomax, the 6-foot guard from right here in Memphis, hoists it up and back iron and then down through the rim. He hit 1 out of 2. Dogs with the ball and a 2-point lead. Edwards races into the front court, gives it back to Gresham now, far sideline. Lob pass this way to Sevier. 64-62 Dogs. Drop it off to Kamara. Go to Hammonds. 15 on the shot clock. 26 to play in the game. Wheeler above the arc on the right side, holding and looking. Shot clock at 9. Hammonds, long 3. No good. It rattled out. Rebound Memphis. 17 seconds to go. They race up the floor. Long pass to Quinones for 3. No, it's no good. Gresham get the rebound. 11 seconds and they foul. Donnell got the rebound in the paint. They had to foul to stop the clock.
And that's the wrong guy to foul.
11.2 seconds to go, 64-62, but it's not a shooting foul because they don't have any.
That's right. They don't.
They've got a lot to give. That's only their 4th foul of the half and their 5th, I think 5th or 6th of the game. Georgia throws it into Gresham, and now the ball fouls him, knocks him to the floor, far sideline. Still not at the free throw line, 9.8 to go. They've got another couple of fouls to give before they put the Dogs on the line. Tom Crean will call a timeout with 9.8 seconds remaining.
You know what? And that is some indication of how this officiating has gone tonight. The fact that Memphis is sitting here with about a bucket load of fouls to give. You know, they're just, you know, when there are 2 teams on the floor, both are as skilled as these 2 teams are and playing as hard as they are, you can't have that kind of discrepancy in fouls and say that the officials have done a good job.
Well, the lead is 2 for Georgia right now, Chuck. Gresham and the Dogs are going to inbound the basketball. And Memphis still has to foul twice unless they come up with a steal or Georgia makes some dreadful mistake before they send the Dogs on the line. And when they do, it'll be Gresham more than likely at the line, who is an 89% foul shooter.
Yeah, you want either Gresham or, you know, well, he's not going to have Tyree on the floor. I'm not sure.
Well, we've got Gresham and Edwards. Kamara, Wheeler will throw it in, and Hammonds. That's our 5 on the floor. Run out of a stack just above the foul line, far left end of the floor. They put it into Rayshon Hammonds, and they foul him immediately. Rayshon ran towards the inbound man, and they foul. That's foul number 6. So same situation for Georgia. 9.2 on the clock. Not much time went off the clock. Georgia wants the officials to check it.
Yeah. Yeah, because
it was 0.6 of a second. They're going to keep it like that.
Well, what Rayshon needs to just somebody needs to break this way.
9.2 seconds to go. Oh, we get it to Gresham on a breakaway, sprinting into the front court. Now they put an arm on him, and they foul him on the far side of the floor. 7.7 seconds left now, and Donnell going to the foul line for a 1-and-1 with a 2-point lead. He makes them 2. He makes both of them. It's a 4-point lead for Georgia with 7.7 to go, and it's a 2-possession game. If he makes 1, it's a 3-point lead with 7.7 to go and a 1-possession game. And I don't want to think about any other options. Gresham at the line. Donnell, 24 of 27 from the stripe, 89% for the graduate transfer. Free throw, good.
Boy, that looked pretty, too.
Stepped up there and knocked it down. He's got a dozen in the ball game now. 12 points. Dogs will call a time with 65-62 our score and 7.7 seconds remaining. They'll use a 30 right here. Dogs trying to pull the upset on 9th-ranked Memphis on their home floor.
Well, they certainly deserve it. I mean, the guys have fought hard. You know, they haven't gotten all the breaks, that's for sure. And they've still been able to hang tough with this very talented Memphis team that I saw go into Knoxville and knock off Tennessee. This is a team that comes in here 12-1. They've been outstanding all year, averaging at 80 points a game. Georgia's held them to 62 right now. Now we got a chance to go up here and ice this game. And you've got your transfer senior, who is as calm and collected. He's been in the NCAA tournament. He's got that kind of experience, and he'll step to the line here with the opportunity to put the Dogs up by 4, make it a 2-possession game.
Gresham, first trip to the line tonight, or this afternoon, excuse me, and he's got one free throw to go. Donnell missed it deep off the back iron. Rebound Ellis, clock at 6. They sprint into the front court. It's a 3-point lead. We foul. Ellis was fouled before he crossed the half-court line by Donnell Gresham. So it's 1-1. It's 1-1 with 3.8 seconds remaining in the ball game.
Very smart foul by Tom Crean. Clearly, that's with that timeout. That's what he said he wanted. You know, if you miss this next shot, they get the rebound. Let's foul them in the back court. Let them shoot the 1-1.
Memphis wants to put Lance Thomas at 6'9" in the ball game, the transfer from Louisville, the Norcross, Georgia product. And they bring the little guy, 5'9", Tyler Harris, out. 3-point Georgia lead, 1-1 for Memphis. And Boogie Ellis, 3.8 seconds remaining. Crowd standing here in the Forum. Ellis's free throw is no good. Rebound, Edwards, he covers it up. Just 2.4 seconds now. Boy, that clock just won't move.
Well, now we got 1-1 with Anthony Edwards.
They fouled him, so we'll walk down to the right end of the floor and try to ice it with 2.4. Georgia's up 3 still as Ellis missed the front end of the 1-1. 65-62 Dogs. Well, Memphis didn't get any fouls called until they were forced to make them. The officials were forced to foul
then they had 4.
or blow the whistle.
They had like 4 to give.
Edwards at the foul line for Georgia. Try to give the Dogs a 4-point lead. Free throw in the air, won't go. Rebound, Memphis, and they call a timeout. 2 seconds left.
All right, but now the timeout was called in the back court. They've got to inbound it from back here. You got 2 seconds to try to get a shot off if you're Memphis. And that's, well, the way this timekeeper's going, that may be 2 minutes, but
you might be right. Boy. Oh, man, that thing is in molasses big time. 2 seconds left. The officials are looking at it to see if they need to adjust it. Hopefully they don't put more time back on it. Georgia's coaching staff was scrambling through their notebooks over here to get the time and score, the right sheets that they have prepared for this situation. Georgia's up 65-62 on 9th-ranked Memphis, trying to win against a top 10 team for the first time since January of 2011 when the Dogs beat Kentucky in Athens. The Cats were number 10 then. You got to go back all the way to 2004, Chuck. January of 04, the last time Georgia won on the road against a top 10 team, and that was also at Kentucky, 65-57. The Dogs knocking off a top 10 Kentucky team. That's the last time we've done it. It's been 16 years of a win of this magnitude that's right on the precipice for Georgia. 65-62, Dogs by 3. Memphis is going to have the ball. They're going to have to inbound it, bring it up the length of the floor. Dogs come out of the timeout. Tumani Kamara, Donnell Gresham, Severe Wheeler, Anthony Edwards, all back to our left. In the front court, Rayshawn Hammonds will guard the inbounds pass. And Memphis can't move. The official just told Damian Ball, you got to stay right here. Hammonds is jumping. He's got the ball, throws it in short to Harris. He heaves a 3/4 court shot. That's it, no good. Didn't touch anything. Airball to end the game. And the Dogs have come to Memphis and beaten 9th-ranked Tigers 65-62 to improve to 10-3 The Dogs have won 4 in a row now. Memphis' 10-game winning streak comes to a screeching halt as the Dogs' young pups have come to Memphis and beat their youthful team.
And we sweep the week. That's woo! I got to tell you something. These young guys grew up today, and it paid huge dividends to see them play with the poise that they played with under the circumstances that they had to face down the stretch. But they got the job done. I'm going to get Rayshawn Hammonds over here. Let me see if I can get Ray.
Dogs and the Tigers going through the handshake line. 65-62, the final score as the Dogs pull the upset here on the road. Now 10-3 overall.
Ray.
We're trying to see if we can.
All right, we got. He's coming over.
If we can get a player here after the ball game. Yeah, Hammonds with an embrace for his head coach.
Ray's coming over. Let's put the headset on him.
Ray's becoming a regular here post game.
You know, and there's no prize with this. You understand?
Yeah.
You don't get anything for coming over and talking.
You get a win.
Hey, I get a win. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Just can you kind of describe the emotions come in here and pull this upset against this team?
Man, they're a great team. We've been practicing hard for the last 4 days, going hard. We know we can play with a lot of teams in the country. You know, we come in with the right mindset. We can play with anybody. You know, when everybody locked in at the same page, it's hard to beat us.
Well, and you guys didn't get all the breaks didn't go your way tonight.
Yeah. And with that, man, that's just making us an older team. You know, they getting older playing on the road. This is a big win for us. You know, we just got to get ready for Tuesday now.
Yeah, it's good that you're focusing now on Kentucky. But can you talk a little bit about what was that was working for you guys today?
We just stayed together. You know, when shots weren't falling at the time, you know, we just locked up on defense. You know, defense was the main focus. You know, rebounding that ball and playing with each other on D and talking. That was the main focus.
Ray, what was the build up to it? You have a very good friend on the other team in Thomas. What was the build up for you and you guys? Did you talk before the game?
We talked before the conversation. We talked before the game, but it wasn't nothing about basketball. You know, it was just happy to see each other. You know, we don't see each other often. The only time we see each other is in May. So you know, it was big for us to see each other, man. I love him to death. You know, I was happy to see him, man. I'm happy to play against him. You know, you don't get that a lot.
Coach Crean was preaching, I know, rebounding and the turnovers.
Yeah.
And you guys, you tied them with turnovers. They barely beat you on the glass.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't. You had the double-double.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you guys really worked hard on making sure that those rebounds stayed about the same.
Yeah. We feel like if we were there with them, you know, it's going to be a good game. You know, we know they crash hard on the glass. You know, we do the same thing. So we know it's going to be a battle on the glass, and we need everybody to come in there.
There's so many young kids on this team, as you well know, these true freshmen. What will this do for them?
Man, I think they're sophomores now. This second half of the season, they're sophomores now. You know, they played in big games already against Michigan State, Dayton, and them. So it was a regular game to them. You know, the fans was crazy, and you know, they learned from it.
Yeah, hostile atmosphere, no doubt about it.
Yes,
Ray,
sir.
Congratulations, bud. A fine performance by you and the guys. Congratulations on this one. Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right, Rayshawn Hammonds with us, our IBEW player of the game. And Ray, with his 4th double-double of the season, the 6th of his career, led the Dogs in scoring today, 15 points. He had 12 rebounds, 3 steals, 2 assists. Dogs win it 65-62 over Memphis.
And I got to tell you, you know what I thought was the key part of this game? Was when they had that 8-point lead. They had an 8-point lead, and we did not let them run away with it. You know,
came back with a 9-0 run.
We came back with that 9-0 run, reclaimed the lead, and that to me said Georgia's going to be in this till the end of the game if the officials will allow it.
And it came down to shooting free throws at the end, although not a lot of them went in for either team there in the final seconds of the ball game. But Georgia had enough to leg out a victory, 65-62 over Memphis. Stay tuned now for our post-game locker room report brought to you by Regions. Get a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. Dogs a winner on the road today.
Quick, there's some really happy Dog fans behind us. And for those folks that made this trip, hey, thank you, because every single one in that red and black behind us cheering for these Dogs behind their bench, it mattered.
All right, Chuck's going to go shake hands with every Georgia fan that's here today, and we'll take a timeout. Back after this, Georgia 65, Memphis 62. That's a final on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Get ready for tip-off at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldogs gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is the exclusive home of the UGA 10 collection by Peter Millar. The UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop.
Everyone knows the star players on the court, but what about the ones off the court? Nissan Intelligent Mobility Technologies are calling the shots. They can lend a hand all on their own, whether you're in game day traffic or pivoting into those tight arena parking spots. And when the opposing team's fans suddenly break in front of you, it can even help you stop, so you can keep cheering come game time. Nissan Intelligent Mobility, it's a game changer.
Get to Nissan, a proud partner of the UGA Bulldogs.
Please see owner's manual for important feature information.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The following BMW ad is a few years old. A little sibling rivalry is to be expected in the BMW 3 Series. We're running it again because these 3 Series models are now BMW certified. They may have their differences, but they have much more in common than you think. They sure do. Like a sporty chassis, still has that. A 0 to 60 that's as quick as 4.6 seconds. Yeah, what I said. BMW certified. Like new, again.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs!
Hi, welcome to the Subway Fresh Value Meal radio ad. How would you like to hear it?
From a game show host?
All right, let's play.
Thanks, Johnny. Our lucky contestants are playing for a fresh value meal with a 6-inch sub. They'll choose from 6, including a cold cut combo or Black Forest ham, starting at $6 with a 20-ounce drink and chips. Subway, make it what you want.
Fresh value meal sandwiches are prepared in front of you at participating restaurants. Prices and subs included may vary. Additional charges for extras plus applicable tax. No additional coupons or discounts may be applied.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to the Locker Room Report, presented by Regions Bank. Coming up, you'll hear from players and coaches outside the Dogs' locker room. Plus, a look again at other scores around the country. Now, back to courtside for continuing live coverage of Georgia basketball.
Hammond's got the rebound. He gave it to Sevier, so Wheeler takes it into the front court down to our left. Harris along the right baseline. Scoop shot. Open and high off the glass with the kiss.
That was a circus shot.
That was nice. That's the assist of the game, sponsored by State Farm. Talk to an agent today at 800-STATE-FARM or by visiting statefarm.com. Welcome back to the Regions Locker Room Report. Get a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. It is a happy moment for Georgia basketball. The Dogs have upset number 9 Memphis here on the road, 65-62. 4 players for Georgia now in double figures. As I look down the stat sheet, don't want to leave anybody off. Hammonds with 15, Edwards with 13, Gresham with 12, and Sevier Wheeler with 10. We'll run down all the final numbers for you as we roll through our post-game coverage. But a terrific win for Georgia, their first road win against a top 10 team since January of 2004 when the Dogs went into Lexington and won at Kentucky.
That's no, it's 16 years.
Yeah, 16 now.
16 years. That's amazing. That is really amazing. And you know what? I know how good this Memphis team is, and they are talented. But and like I said, the thing was Georgia didn't get a lot of breaks in this game. You know, practically none. And that's for them to do what they did here. I think signals that this team, and it was on, keep this in mind, on national television. The nation saw Georgia come in here and pull this upset. And, you know, that can only bode well for the Georgia basketball program in the days ahead.
Well, this was the final non-conference game of the year for the Dogs, and Georgia finishes that portion of the schedule at 10-3. So now, while most of the other teams around the SEC are playing conference games today, Georgia will open up SEC play on Tuesday against Kentucky that'll be a 9 o'clock game back home at Stegman Coliseum. We certainly look forward to that. But Kentucky, Auburn, Tennessee, those are the first 3 games in league play for the Dogs. So, once you get into league play.
Schedule makers didn't help.
Well, it's going to be brutal every night, night in and night out. Kentucky certainly one of the better teams in the country. Auburn definitely is coming into today. They're the lone undefeated team in the SEC, top 10. And we play them at their place a week from Saturday. But Georgia wants to take a little time to enjoy this work that they put in today as they come to Memphis and beat the 9th-ranked Tigers 65-62. The Dogs finished the game shooting 39.3%. Memphis 36% for the ball game. They hit 7 of 22 threes. The Dogs got hot in the second half. From long distance, we finished with 10 threes in the ballgame, 10 of 22, 45.5%. Free throws, 7 of 11 for the Dogs. Memphis was 11 of 20, so their poor foul shooting certainly hurt them in the long run, 55% from the line. And Georgia picks up a huge win and a big boost for this team. You could see the joy in their faces and as they exited the floor here and headed to the locker room to enjoy this for a few moments as a team.
Yeah, there's no question. I think Ray hit the nail on the head when he said, these guys are sophomores now, these young freshmen, because you play this many games against the kind of quality competition that Georgia has played so far with the Daytons, and I still think Dayton may be one of the better teams in the country.
Yeah,
Michigan State.
Very good.
And now you come play, we played SMU, we played Georgia Tech, and now we come in here and beat this Memphis team. This is just a huge feather in the cap of these young players that they've bought into what Tom Crean is selling. And I think for young players that are watching around the country, they'll watch us on national television today, and they'll start to think, you know what, Georgia looks like they play a fun brand of basketball. That may be somewhere I want to look at.
10-3 is the record now. They get the win today, upsetting Memphis on their home floor, 65-62. Our coverage continues from the Forum here in Memphis. It's brought to you by Regions. Get a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. Stick around. We'll hear from the head coach in just a little bit. Dogs a winner today on the road, 65-62 on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Off season for Georgia fans? Yeah, right. We show our team spirit year-round. Now with a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card from Regions, you can go Dogs wherever you go. And with Regions Next Step tips and tools, you and your Visa check card can go further. Regions is the official bank of the SEC, and we know greatness is in the grind. To learn more, visit regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees may apply.
Everybody knows that peanuts are the state crop of Georgia. But did you know that Georgia farmers contribute nearly $75 billion to the state's economy each year? That's not peanuts. Those billions are why Georgia Farm Bureau cultivates farmers by promoting agriculture and offering access to benefits that save families money, like home and auto insurance. You can join online for just a few bucks a year. Peanuts.
For up to the second news and special content on all things Georgia Bulldogs, visit GeorgiaDogs.com. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Booking.com wants to help you travel more in 2020. Book by January 5th on Booking.com, and you'll get a free Google Nest Mini to help you with stuff like this. Hey Google, how do you say piña colada in Spanish?
In Spanish, piña colada is piña colada.
Gracias. Download the Booking.com app, book your stay, and get your free Google Nest Mini.
Google Nest is a registered trademark of Google LLC. Complete stay by April 30th. $150 minimum accommodation spend. U.S. residents 18 years and older. For complete terms, visit Booking.com/Google Nest. While supplies last at Booking.com.
The following BMW ad is a few years old. A little sibling rivalry is to be expected in the BMW 3 Series. We're running it again because these 3 Series models are now BMW certified. They may have their differences, but they have much more in common than you think. They sure do. Like a sporty chassis, still has that. A 0 to 60 that's as quick as 4.6 seconds. Yeah, what I said. BMW certified. Like new, again.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs!
Lob pass to Maurice down low. We swat it out of his hands and take it away. Dogs with a steal. Quickly left to right to Wheeler. Driving layup. Bounces off the rim and in the basket to give the Dogs the lead 48-47.
Attaboy. And you know what? That's what we like to see. The guys did not they could have thrown in a towel. You know, they didn't do it. Now Memphis is calling a timeout, try to get their act together.
And that was our ultimate drive of the game, driven by BMW. BMW is a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit bmwatl.com for great offers. Welcome back to the Regions Locker Room Report, brought to you by Regions, where you can get a Georgia Bulldogs Visa check card. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. Final score from Memphis, Georgia 65, Memphis 62. The Dogs come in and upset the 9th-ranked Tigers, their first road victory over a top 10 opponent since January of 2004. It's been a long time coming for the Bulldogs as they pull the upset here on the road into Memphis's 10-game winning streak. The Tigers for the year now 12-2. Georgia with the win improves to 10-3. Leading scorer in the contest for Georgia was Rayshawn Hammonds, who had another double-double this season, his 4th of the year, the 6th of his career. Hammonds finished with 15 points and 12 rebounds, one of 4 Bulldogs in double figures. He was joined there by Anthony Edwards, who didn't have a great day shooting the ball by any means, just 4 of 17 to get his 13 points, 2 of 5 on threes and 3 of 5 at the foul line. But a lot of support by everybody on this team for Georgia. They played well together today. Donnell Gresham Jr. was key, 12 points and 8 rebounds and 3 assists for the graduate transfer from St. Paul, Minnesota. He had a lot of big moments for Georgia in this ball game. And don't forget the contribution of Severe Wheeler, the freshman guard from Houston, Texas. 10 points, 7 assists today for Severe. He also tossed in 3 rebounds as well as the Dogs get the victory in a tightly played ball game throughout. The game was tied at 37 at halftime. Memphis took its largest lead of the game for either side, really, when they went up by 8 in the early moments of the second half. Georgia answered right away with a 9-0 run to go back up by 1, and from there it was back and forth. It was small leads, 1 possession for the most part, and a lot of lead changes, as there, in fact, were 20 lead changes in this ball game and 10 ties, like a NASCAR race. This tells you, and the final outcome certainly tells you how this game was played as well. A 3-point win for the Dogs as Georgia wins it 65-62. We're going to try to catch up with Coach Tom Crean. In fact, we will in just a moment, so we ask that you stick around with us here for our post-game coverage here from Memphis, and we'll run down the final game stats when we come back and then hear from Georgia's winning head coach. Dogs, a victor today here on the road, 65-62 over the Memphis Tigers. We'll continue with the Regions Locker Room Report right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
You've been ignoring that knee pain during your morning run. You have a lot of questions about that concussion from the soccer game. That shoulder pain you've been feeling playing tennis is now chronic. At Northside Sports Medicine, we know you don't have to be a pro to be an athlete, which is why we give you access to treatment, technology, and an elite team of sports medicine doctors dedicated to providing you with a lifetime of mobility. Call 1-855-NH-SPORT today so you can get back in the game. Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute, your source of strength.
Did you know that 1 in 8 Americans struggle with hunger? Yet more than 40% of the food we produce is thrown out. At Kroger, we know we can do something about this. We're donating more food to local food banks through our partnership with Feeding America. And we're working with World Wildlife Fund to end food waste. But we can't do it alone, and we hope you'll join us in creating a world with zero hunger and zero waste. Visit thekrogerco.com to learn how you can help.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
Hey, Bulldog fans. It's time to visit Swifty Car Wash. Everyone feels better in a clean car, and we have a special offer for you. Join any Swift Pass Unlimited Wash Club for just $4.99 the first month. Unlimited washes, VIP lanes. Earn a free month for every referral. Score on every drive at Swifty Car Wash. See store for details. Find all locations at SwiftyCarWash.com. Swifty Car Wash, the official car wash of UGA Athletics.
Dogs come out of the timeout. Tumani Kamara, Donnell Gresham, Severe Wheeler, Anthony Edwards, all back to our left in the front court. Rayshawn Hammonds will guard the inbounds pass. And Memphis can't move. The official just told Damian Ball, you got to stay right here. Hammonds is jumping. He's got the ball, throws it in short to Harris. He heaves a three-quarter court shot. That's it, no good. Didn't touch anything. Air ball to end the game. And the Dogs have come to Memphis and beaten 9th-ranked Tigers 65-62 to improve to 10-3. The Dogs have won 4 in a row now. Memphis' 10-game winning streak comes to a screeching halt as the Dogs' young pups have come to Memphis and beat their youthful team. And Georgia's number one fan, Chuck Dowdle, right there. How about them Dogs? And then applauding, and they should be. What an effort by the Dogs today. Georgia wins it 65-62. Welcome back to the Region's Locker Room Report. And it's time for our final game stats, as we wait on Coach Tom Crean to join us. Northside Hospital proudly welcomes the Gwinnett Health System to its family of care. With more than 3,500 doctors and 5 hospitals, your Northside now has expanded services in maternity, orthopedics, surgery, cardiovascular, cancer, and more. Visit them at northsidegwinnett.com. All right, here are the final numbers for this Bulldogs victory as Georgia improves to 10-3 for the year. The Dogs finished the game shooting 39.3%, 24 of 61. Their numbers from the floor. Georgia hit 10 of 22 three-pointers, 45.5%, and 7 of 11 from the foul line, 63.6% on our free throws. Memphis was 36% for the game, 22 of 61. Both teams an identical number of shots on goal at 61 apiece, and Georgia hit 2 more than did Memphis. They hit 3 fewer three-pointers as well, 7 of 22 on their three-point attempts, just under 32%, and 11 of 20 from the free throw line, 55%. Leading scorers for the Dogs, Rayshawn Hammonds, who had a double-double today, 15 points and 12 rebounds. Anthony Edwards finished with 13 points on 4 of 17 shooting. Donnell Gresham Jr., 12 points and 8 rebounds and 3 assists and no turnovers today for the graduate transfer. Severe Wheeler, 4 of 8 days shooting the basketball. He had a 3. He had 10 points in the game, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists. That was a game high for the freshman from Houston, Texas. Other scorers for Georgia included Tumani Kamara, who was in foul trouble in the second half. He had 8 points and 5 rebounds. Christian Brown had a 3, his only shot of the ball game, and Tyree Crump finished with 2 points as the Dogs total up 65 in the ball game. For Memphis, the Tigers got a big game from Precious Achua, 20 points and 15 rebounds, his 3rd straight double-double, his 7th of the year for the freshman from New York. They had 2 other players in double figures, Alex Lomax with 11 and Boogie Ellis with 10. He also had 8 rebounds in the contest. Memphis suffers only its 2nd loss of the year. Their 10-game winning streak halted by the Georgia victory today. They are now 12-2 for the season. And again, Georgia is 10-3. The Dogs will go back home to host Kentucky in the conference opener Tuesday night, 9 o'clock at Stegman Coliseum. We hope to see you there. We'll be on the air with you at 8:35 to begin our coverage of Georgia Bulldogs basketball as we host the Wildcats in the conference opener. A great day in Memphis, Tennessee for Georgia basketball. We'll continue it with Coach Tom Crean on the other side of this timeout. We'll hear from the coach right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, Georgia fans. I'm Scott Howard here for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You've got to make more happen, whether they're in Athens, Georgia, or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More. Made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Georgia Athletics.
Scana Energy is a proud partner of UGA football, and every Dogs fan deserves to save money. Get fired up about our low natural gas rates and switch to Scana Energy by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting scanaenergy.com. Between the hedges and beyond, Scana Energy is a winning play. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com to start saving on your natural gas today.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, welcome to this ad for Subway Delivery. How do you want it?
I'll take the home meditation, please.
Ah, very blissful.
The path to fulfill your inner stomach, man. First, align your body with the sofa. Open your mind and order from subway.com/delivers. Open your door to your delivery order. Open your mouth to a tasty footlong from Subway. All right.
Delivery available in selected areas. See subway.com/delivers for details.
Welcome back to Sports View. Today's topic, who deserves to win big this season? My 2 cents, good drivers. I mean, that's why there's Snapshot from Progressive. Let's go to Rick for some confusing metaphors.
Look, if you put a classically trained cellist in a garage band and you tell him to play filet mignon, I guarantee you, the meat on that burrito ain't gonna light the candle.
Thanks for clarifying, Rick.
If you're a good driver, there's no other way to say it. You deserve discounts with Snapshot. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California, North Carolina, or from all agents.
Welcome back. A massive win for the Georgia Bulldogs as they down Memphis 65-62 on the road at the FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Standing by with the head coach, our Chuck Dowdle. Chuck?
Here with Coach Green, and Coach, congratulations. What a huge win for these young guys.
Absolutely. I mean, they earned it. They really did, because it wasn't easy. We didn't get a lot of trips to the foul line. We were in a situation where we just had to figure out ways to come back and get it done in the game. I mean, you know, when they get 20 free throws and we get 11, and a lot of those are at the end when they had so far to go to get into the bonus. I'm not sure I'd seen something like that where you had that far to go to get in the bonus. But they're a really good team, very deserving of their ranking. It's a huge road victory for us, and it was a team effort.
Yeah, we only had as many attempts as they made at the free throw line to give you an idea how it was. But let's talk about, you wanted physicality on the glass, and look, we were right there with them on rebounds throughout the game. Now, we ended up losing barely on the glass, but we were right there with them throughout the game.
Well, we got better. We out-rebounded them by 1 in the second half, and we needed every one of those rebounds, right? And the last one's the biggest one. Right. And so to me, that's Anthony's rebound was huge, right? Because now they don't have a chance to get another look at the rim and that way. And so bottom line for us is that's what we have to do every day. If we don't build a physicality, if we don't build a 5-man team rebounding group when we're out on the court, we're going to struggle, because it's a very, very good rebounding league and we don't have the size. All right. And the bottom line for us is, when we compete like that, that's got to continue to not only show us that we can do it, but how important it is that we do it.
And you used your bench a lot. They were able to help you, too.
Absolutely. You know, I went with some gut feels, especially with Jaquan and things like that, and it's just that's what it was. I mean, it's at the end of the day, you've got to be with the guys that are playing on both ends of that floor at a high level. We defended the second half so much better from the three-point line and in the field, and we did a much better job of that. And that's huge. And then we were able to get out on the break. So it wasn't a pretty game by either team, but we found a way to win it.
And no doubt about that. Found the way to win it. That's the most important thing. Rayshawn Hammonds told me after the game, I asked him, I said, what'll it do for these young freshmen, these true freshmen? He said they're not freshmen now, they're sophomores.
Well, absolutely. We're 10-3 now, so we're 13 games in, getting ready for 14 with the start of SEC play. And that's what it's got to be. You know, it's a maturity process, right? And when you've played this many games, you got to figure it out, right? Because we're not playing to just kind of get you through a game. We're playing the dependability, the trust, and what that takes. But this was a team effort because we practiced well, we prepared well, and they did a really good job. Now we just need an unbelievable ruckus crowd Tuesday night when Kentucky comes in.
We'll have that. We'll definitely have that. And I got to ask you this, and if you don't mind kind of stepping back from just the immediacy of this game and kind of from the, the up top look at the overview, what it meant to the program overall for this game to be on national TV and people across the country to see Georgia basketball and pull an upset like this.
Oh, I think it's huge. I think it's absolutely paramount. And it was a made-for-TV game, with us not being in the Big 12 Challenge. They come back to our place next year. Everybody knew what Memphis, the hype surrounding them, and they've certainly lived up to it. There's no doubt about that. That's why it was such a big win. And bottom line for us is we got a chance to showcase our program early in the second year on national television, right before an NFL playoff game, I believe. So really, really proud of the way that they played. I'm glad so many people got to see it. And we're excited to be in an environment like this.
Tom, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you, Chuck. Thanks, everybody, and go Dogs.
All right, go Dogs indeed. And that's from the locker room with head coach Tom.
Thanks, Chuck Dowdle. Coach Tom Crean with our color analyst on the broadcast this afternoon. Chuck Dowdle just as excited as the head coach as Georgia downs ninth-ranked Memphis on the road 65-62. The final score, 15 points from Rayshawn Hammonds. Edwards with 13, Gresham with 12, Wheeler with 10. The leading rebounder was Hammonds. He had 12 boards, a double-double for Rayshawn tonight as the Dogs get the big statement road win out of conference before conference play starts next Tuesday against ninth-ranked Memphis in the FedEx Forum. When we return, we'll wrap things up on the other side of this timeout. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Dog fans. Coach Kirby Smart here. Do you have a game plan for flu season? Get ahead of the competition by getting a flu shot at Piedmont. It's the smart thing to do. Stop by any Piedmont primary care, quick care, or urgent care location and stay healthy all season long. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to learn more and book online. Piedmont Healthcare. More ways to better.
At Georgia Power, we believe our lake should be filled with water, not trash. That a healthy honeybee population will pollinate a healthier environment. That building homes is just as important as powering them. That's why we believe what we do off the grid is just as important as the clean, safe, reliable, affordable energy we provide on it. And that's a different kind of energy. Visit georgiapower.com/community.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, sponsored by Progressive's Home Insurance. Get your quote at progressive.com today.
In search of a battery that won't let you down, even in the lowest temperatures? We've got you covered at America's #1 battery destination. At AutoZone, we have the proven tough Duralast batteries you need to drive with peace of mind this winter. They're tested in extreme conditions, which means you can count on them to deliver when you need them most. Stop in today or visit AutoZone.com, and we'll help you find the start you're looking for. Based on data from the MPD Group Incorporated, Car Care Track 12 months ending December 2018.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Lowe's helps pros like you put more toward your bottom line with everyday savings throughout the store. Like 10% off when you buy 12 or more cans of Great Stuff foam spray. Purchase 64 or more sheets of OSB and you'll also save 10%. And you can be sure that whatever size the job, we'll have the quantities you need in stock and ready to go. Order ahead at lowesforpros.com and pick up in store. Our pro loaders will be ready to load you up so you can get back to the job site faster. Today and every day. Do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. U.S. only.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College and JMI Sports under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Georgia. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Georgia, Learfield IMG College, and JMI Sports. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and JMI Sports and approved by the University of Georgia.
The Georgia Bulldogs are now 10-3 after their victory over the 9th-ranked Memphis Tigers, 65-62 in the FedEx Forum. And now they start Burners Row to start conference play. Tuesday night, a 9 o'clock tip at Stegman against 17th-ranked Kentucky, followed by a trip to the Plains to take on 8th-ranked Auburn, back at home on the 15th against Tennessee, and then at Mississippi State before closing out January on the road at Rupp Arena once again at 17th-ranked Kentucky. But a good start to this conference season by the final non-conference win, the victory over 9th-ranked Memphis. Looking ahead at the calendar for Georgia tomorrow afternoon, the Lady Dogs in action against Mississippi State at 4 o'clock at Stegman. Monday night, don't miss Bulldogs Live with Coach Tom Crean starting at 8:06 along these same network stations. And then the Dogs host 17th-ranked Kentucky. Our coverage starts at 8:35 with the Grindhouse Killer Burgers Countdown to Tip-Off show and a 9 o'clock tip at Stegman Coliseum between Georgia and Kentucky, the first game of SEC play for the Dogs. But the Dogs get the big win tonight, celebrating all around as they take down 9th-ranked Memphis by the final score of 65-62. For our entire broadcast crew, I'm Cabell Philpott, reminding you once again, Dogs on top.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, you've been listening to the Locker Room Report, presented by Regions Bank. Today's coverage has been brought to you by Regions Bank, a proud sponsor of the University of Georgia and the official bank of the SEC. Also by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. The preceding has been a Learfield, IMG College, and JMI Sports presentation on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.